A massive welcome here to the National Extreme Festival at Zwartkops on the 20th of May. The Zwartkops International World of Motoring is bringing you round 2 of the Extreme Festival 2023. And we've got action coming from the Global Touring Cars and GTC SupaCup, G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, the Gazoo Racing SA Cup, CompCare Polo Cup, Investchem Formula 1600s, and we've got a Drift Extravaganza. And we're going to be announcing something pretty spectacular that Zwartkops has got in plan for us for 2024, with the top of the hill competition going to be running here on a time attack / hill climb style event, and that'll be coming out right now. Cars on track at the moment are the Gazoo Racing SA Cup, and we managed to catch up with a couple of the contenders yesterday to find out what their plans are for today. This year's league is turning into something pretty spectacular, and Gazoo Racing have done something really, really unique with this. Ryan, jumping into this class, what's the biggest challenge you've seen so far?
These cars, because they're mainly still road cars, they're not precisely full race cars. The gearbox, suspension and all are very roady. For example, there's quite a bit of body roll and the suspension is quite soft, but that's one of the challenges that come with it, and people making their way through those challenges is actually really interesting to see how it ends up in improving times and stuff.
Tariq, you've also seen some big changes as well, and the things that have happened in Cape Town, things that have happened coming up to here now. You're looking forward to taking on the front end of the field and maybe running with Saad?
I mean, I don't think that's possible, but I've definitely made a lot of improvements since round 1. I've found about 2 seconds, so it's good improvement for me for my first series in racing. How much input is Bucket List Racing putting into this and giving you the insight that you need to make those changes that you can make on the car?
Yeah, definitely Chris from Bucket List and all the drivers and engineers have really helped me, shown me through the data and everything with the car, so it's been a big one.
Kerry, got a busy weekend, lots of time in the saddle in both classes, so it means that double time could possibly be felt at the end of the day.
Not really, because both cars are quite different. I mean, it has still the same techniques as in get on the throttle, but the Yaris is heavier than the SupaCup. The SupaCup can go through the corners a lot better, so it's quite different.
And what's the power differential like? I mean, you've got a 4-wheel drive that you're in right now in the Yaris League, and you're dealing with a rear-wheel drive car there as well. It must be completely different to get to grips with.
It's a front-wheel drive.
Front-wheel drive.
Yeah. It's very different because, like, grips-wise as well, completely different. The SupaCup will sometimes will let go with the back, but then the Yaris will just stay put. So it doesn't matter if I get more time than them with the SupaCup because it's completely different to the Yaris.
You're joining us just in time as the lights are about to go out here for the first race of the day, Gazoo Racing Cup, and it's the Yaris League out front, led out by Nicky Vastanos. He's got Saad Variawa alongside him, and Tariq Adam. We've just spoken to Tariq and Takara, and they were both very excited about getting to grips with the action that is provided in the Yaris League from race number 1 here of round 2 of the Extreme Festival. The GR Cup are driven and powered by Netstar, of course. Great to have Gazoo Racing as part and parcel of this one. In the background, you're going to see a huge amount of 86s in there as well. Those aren't the official pace cars that are provided by our long-time sponsor here at Zwartkops Pretoria North Toyota. But these are, of course, the Gazoo Racing ones. And in these cars are some of the finest journalists in the country, including, of course, Sichaba Mashigo, who set the pace yesterday and put it on pole ahead of Chad Luckhoff and Brendan Staniforth. Mark Jones and Dennis Dropper, then it's Ruben van Niekerk, And John Thompson bringing up the rear end of the field as they head down towards turn 4 for the first time in the 86 League. So it's 86s versus Yaris's. The Yaris at the front, of course, are all-wheel drive machines. And Ryan Naka really starting to put some pressure on, as you can see there, and having a little bit of pressure returned on him as well. As you can see, the field is split ever so slightly. Saad Variawa leads things out as he has done all season long so far. He has not been bedded yet in the Yaris League, and he looks like he might be the man to beat you today as well. Inside line there from the man from the Citizens, Mark Jones, just getting through there, I think, on Chad Luckov tripping back slightly. Could be the second of those cars. That might be actually either Brendan Staniforth or Ruben van Niekerk, as they're putting the pressure on and diving up the inside there. You can see a little bit of pressure coming from the 7.5 car there of Ruben van Niekerk. So some chopping and changing happening in the Yaris League, chopping and changing happening down here in the 86 League as well. Mark Jones, the 23 car in turn 1 and running right to the outside of the track. Stuck out front though, Shichaba Machigo hangs onto the lead ahead of Luckov at the moment, and then Staniforth just behind that, so trying to stay there with the back end of Chad Luckov as they started things out here for the Yaris and 86 League in Gazoo Racing, and the Gazoo Racing Cup is definitely in full effect. They're coming past their Gazoo Racing stable here, just on the right hand side of our shot right now. Gazoo Racing now have a full stable here at Zwartkops, and they're going to be possibly entertaining all the crowds that have come to be part and parcel of this, and part of their VIPs as well. Under braking, looks like Nicky Vastanis is trying to run there with the back end of Saad Variawa. Tariq Adam just dropping back ever so slightly. He's in 4th place, but all on his own sim. He's pulled slightly away there, as you can see. But a nice run here from Cara Hill as well, to run at the front end and be in the hunt there for the top 3. Cara starting to put the pressure on. Vastanis doing the same thing, running high and wide into turn 2, trying to find a way around the outside, and then get that cutback to go into the exit of turn 2. Carry that corner speed all the way through, and then carry it onto the straightaway, onto that back straight. That's where Vastanis needs to try and get a little bit of a slipstream if he can, and tuck onto the back end of Saad Variawa. Watching those hazard lights come on shows you that these are stock road cars. They've got a roll cage built into them, but they are basically exactly what you can buy off the showroom floor if you're looking to buy a Yaris. And the Yaris Gazoo Racing Cup machine, of course, is available. And as they come under braking there's a move. Oh, great move. Late braking, diving on the inside, and Vastanis has got through. So we have a new leader. It's the first time that anybody's actually led a race. Oh! And Saad Variawa says, no, you can't have that. I'm coming straight back at you right in front of the Gazoo Racing stand. Not going to give that up without a fight, and Sawa just goes straight up the inside and comes straight back. That's allowed. Look at that in the background. Joining the pack is Tariq Adam, and he's now all over the back end of Hill. So Hill versus Adam. And at the front end, Saad Variawa is having none of that. Fastest car on the track at the moment is Hill. Carrying a super job at the moment there in 3rd place to try and hang on to the pack of the 2 fighting so hard. Oh, and another touch. There you go. Vastanis gives a little tag to the back end of Variawa. Variawa tries to return the favour. He tucks in behind. So there's no holds barred here today. We've had it pretty clean and clear for the first 2 rounds of this championship. But now they are starting to bang bars there. And starting to bang cars, never mind bars. Brilliant stuff there from the front end. Front end of the 86 League. And you can see things starting to heat up there as well. 777 leads out. That's Mashigo. He's got Luckov on his tail. And Luckov pushing hard there to try and stay just ahead of Dennis Dropper. Dropper's now joined the party into 3rd. So Dennis Dropper had a great outing in Cape Town as he debuted in his Sunday Times car, but now is having to do some work to try and stay with the top 2. Off in the Auto Trader car, trying to find a way through and get onto the back end now and try and find a way past the man who leads things out at this stage. So Chaba Masigo is doing an amazing job in the front end of 86 at the front end of the Yaris League. Some more rubbing, some more paint swapping here between these 2 youngsters. This is really great stuff, and they're holding nothing back here. Vastanis versus Variawa. Variawa has not been troubled all season long so far. He's had 4 really easy wins. But now, all of a sudden, you can see Vastanis has joined the party, and he's got what it takes. So has Hill, and here comes Tariq Adam too. So it's a 4-way fight now for the first part of this first race of the Yaris League for Gazoo Racing. Background, you can see side-by-side action as well coming through there. Bjorn Berthold and Ryan Nike were getting up close and personal. They're coming through onto that back straightaway now, which is starting to close in. Maybe even be able to bridge that gap. Berthold's going to have to try and work hard if he can to get that gap bridged if he can. And if that's the case, he'll join the party and there'll be a 6-way fight for the lead of this race. Ran a little bit wide. That's going to allow Nike on the inside. Inside line there being blocked big time by Variawa, and now looks like there's a bit of blocking being done by the second car as well there, the 24 car of Nicky Vistanis. So just hanging on to try and keep out Hill. Hill wants through. Kerry Hill wants by, and she wants by badly. She's looking for a chance now down into turn 8. Can't find it just yet. Looks like there's a bit of a gap now opening up between Adam and third car. So it looks like Tariq Adam not able to run at the front end and stay at the front end at this stage. Once again, looks like Kara's quickest car on track again. Showing the boys that she's got what it takes to run with him. Now hard on the brakes, down into turn 2 they go again. Variawa hangs on, only just ahead of Vistanis. Further back, watching the 86s come across the line. Bit of a gap opening up now between the top 2 and third place. Dropper with the purple wing mirrors and purple side wing of the back tailpiece there. That's the differentiating factor in these cars, other than possibly a slightly different livery. They've all gone red, grey, black and white. And you can see the Times Live band just losing out some time there and dropping by the wayside. And the top 2 now getting away. Fun and games at this stage of the day. And some real great racing between the 86s as well as the Yaris League. Shiga trying to hang on for now. He is having to work double time to keep out Chad Luckhoff. Luckhoff was one of the quickest drivers yesterday. Didn't quite get the fastest time of the day though, but he was both him and Mashiga were looking to try and get into the 13s, and both of them did. So that's exactly what they need to do. Variawa now opening up a bit of a gap. So gap, where is Vistanis? Vistanis has gone missing. Nicky Vistanis has made a mistake. Nicky Vistanis has made a mistake by the looks of things. Yes, he has. Saad Variawa, Cara Hill and Tariq Adams. Where is Vistanis? Nicky Vistanis must have gone hot somewhere into the top, maybe at the hill and heading into where Gazoo Racing stable is. The big headquarters up top, they made a mistake, and that's cost him. So now we have Variawa leading things out. Good move there from him to get away now from Hill. Whereas I think Vistanis just in the background. I picked up on his car there, just coming through the background shot. Ruben van Niekerk, John Thompson and Brendan Staniforth all fighting for honours as well. Van Niekerk at this stage hangs on in the 7.5. He's got Staniforth in the background, and he's got some work to do there, as both James Thompson and Mark Jones, who's also made a mistake somewhere, because Jones has dropped right to the back of the pack there from the 86 crew. So this 86 league has opened up into 2 races. It's the top 3 that are through turn 4 and heading up towards the AMG Driving Academy and to Gazoo Racing. And you can see defensive driving now coming from Mashigo. So our Yaris League have started their final lap, and they head down into turn 1. I don't think we're going to see any changes there between the Yaris League competitors, but certainly going to see some action still, I think, between Mashigo and Luckhoff. So they go onto that back straightaway now for the last time. Heading through and going to be completing this first race of the day for the Gazoo Cup, driven by Netstar, as they fly into turn number 4. Saad Variawa looking for his 5th victory out of 5 starts. Great run here so far from this young man. Definitely looking to secure himself a seat in the bigger part of this team. In other words, into what we know is GTCs. They'll be out later on. His brother Saud, of course, is leading the championship at this stage in that category. He certainly knows what it takes here, and this is exactly what Saud's trying to do as he comes down under braking for the last time. Cara Hill will be 2nd. Tariq Adams is going to take 3rd place as they come to the line now to complete race 1 of the Extreme Festivals round 2. Nicky Vistanis will be kicking himself. He's dropped right to the back and down into what is 6th place across the line. Here we go, we've got to change up the lead. Oh, Chad Luckhoff is on his head. Luckhoff catches it, does he? Yes, he does. Only just, but it's going to allow around the outside. There you have it. Inside line from Dropper. Dropper's got the inside line now. Can he hang on to it? Yes, he can. Great move there from him as he comes into turn 8. And it's a change up of note there. Who was expecting that? Not us. And across the line, Sashaba Mashigo takes the win. So Mashigo hangs on for the win. He comes through to beat out Dennis Dropper and Chad Luckhoff, who'd taken the lead into turn 5. Just locked it up and got it sideways coming out of turn 6 and just couldn't hang on to it. What a great finish there. That's how we wrap things up there for the first race of the day here. It's the Gazoo Racing Cup. And it's proudly brought to you, of course, by Netstar and all their associate sponsors involved with the Toyota brand and Gazoo Racing here at Zwartkops. A big welcome if you just joined us on the live stream as well. Up next, we're heading into the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Their first heat of the day is 12 laps. They'll be out shortly. Right, so out on track at the moment, you can see is G&H Transport Extreme Supercars making their way around to take up their positions on the grid. We also managed to catch up with a couple of the competitors to yesterday, I should say, to chat about what their plans are for the day. And a massive welcome to all of our friends and fans and family from all around the world, joining us from down under in New Zealand and also down under in East London. Big welcome to all those guys who've joined us here on the live stream, and anybody around the world who's watching our live stream of round 2 of the Extreme Festival. Let's catch up now with some of the contenders in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars is always a fan favourite here at Zwartkops, and of course a lot of the people that are sitting in the grandstands today are definitely going to be looking forward to the action that's going to be out there. Chris, what's the plans to get that big VIG-10 at the front end of this field?
Some fresh tyres and a little bit of extra, what did Graham say on that?
No, that's the big ones, the ones that are
the big ones, yeah.
You're taking on some very fast cars, and it's a slightly older machine that you're playing in, but still a very, very unique one, and one that is a big fan favourite out there.
Thank you, yeah. So, look, it is an aspiration. I know there's some big cars ahead, but, you know, you can only hope and drive faster, that's what they say.
Maurice, from your side, you've been posting about the action that you had here in the past. Hopefully there's going to be more of that, more of the stuff on track is more important for you, but not feeling quite up to 100% at this stage.
Yeah, I was a little bit ill, just resting for the day, but I'm 100% sure tomorrow I'll be 100% on my game and be on track.
Juba, great to have you back in Extreme Supercars. Great outing at Samola, you were going really well there. The same cars here, and you've come to fight up with those fast cars in Extreme Supercars.
Yes, it's very nice to be back here at Zwartkops with the Extreme Supercars. I need some seat time, you know, that's why we're here this weekend and just to enjoy the weekend.
It's going to be awesome to see all three of you. Good luck, gentlemen, and we'll see you at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is certainly going to be one of the highlights of the day. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars making their way around now behind the Pretoria Nord Toyota. Our 86 official pace car here has Jonathan du Toit and Franco Scribanti on the front row. Du Toit, of course, in the Lamborghini Huracan, and he'll be pushing hard to try and stay ahead of that very, very fast Porsche that is piloted by Franco Scribanti. Gianni Giannacaro and Chris Budnick are right there as well, and both of them just missing out on that elusive 59-second lap around Zwartkops. They want to try and get under the minute barrier, and I'm sure that's what they're going to be pushing hard for here as that 86 rolls into pit lane. Behind them, you've got Mark du Toit and Paolo Larrea. Then you've got Charles Arangis, Ricky Giannacaro, Momia, Peter Joubert, Joseph Ellery, Nicky Dix, Marius Jackson, and Jimbo Giannacaro bringing up the tail end of this field as 15 cars are about to go to battle now for the first time. 12 laps of action coming your way, and the light's about to go off now for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Drop the hammer, and that's exactly what Jonathan du Toit does. But on the inside, great start there from Scribanti. Scribanti looking to try and get to the front end as he goes to the front. Looks like he might have got there. He has. He's got Gianni Giannacaro giving his stablemate a bit of a run for his money into turn 2 there. Side-by-side action between Giannacaro in the R35, the Bisc logistics machine, taking on the Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini. And the Lamborghini just having the legs coming out of turn 2 and now into turn 3 onto the back straightaway. Larrea putting pressure as well as he dives on the inside, trying to find a way through there on the OCC car. Great start there from that Lamborghini, and you can see going to see some manoeuvring happening in that pack too. As they get to the top of the hill, it is Scribanti who's opened up already 4 or 5 car lengths over Du Toit. Du Toit in second. Look at that Budnick, we just spoken to Chris. He's looking forward to running with that front end. He's got Marius Jackson behind him. That's not a bad start there at this stage of the day. And as you can see, things picking up in the mid-pack as well as Nicky Dix dives on the inside and gets past on Joe Ellerine. Ellerine demoted down 1 place into the hands of Ulisana. Ulisana in the G&H Transport Z4. So the curve-in Porsche dives into turn 8 and starts another lap. That's 12 laps to be completed, 11 of them are done. 11 of them still to go, I should say, 1 done. As Momia puts that Toys R Us Porsche into turn 1. So a bit of chopping and changing there. Rangi's, of course, in the OCC machine, running for Stradale Motorsport and Paget Racing. That's in the Lamborghini Trofeo. It's not the usual car he'd be piloting, but he's now running right behind Marius Jackson in that Audi. R8 GT3 is an amazing car, and Jackson trying to find a way to climb onto the back end of that massively V-powered Dodge Viper that Budnick pilots. A bit of a closing up of the gap there between Du Toit and Scribanti. Du Toit has certainly just bridged the gap there big time between himself and the man in first place at this stage of the race. Lorraine also starting to put a bit of pressure on in that mid pack. They come across the line and complete the first lap, basically in anger. The first one is not really a full lap of what these cars' potentials are, because remember they do a rolling start. Now they're in full flight, and you can see the lap times already starting to drop there. De Toy already under a minute. 59.7 from Jonathan De Toy to close that gap down on Franco Scrimanti. But have a look at the legs of the Porsche down that back straightaway. He just opens up the wick and disappears from that Lamborghini on the back straight, using the straight line speed of the Scrimanti Racing Porsche. That one known, of course, as the General. We're going to get to see the Sheriff, his hill climb special car, a little bit later on here today at Zwartkops as part of the entertainment for Extreme Festival's round number 2. Toy is putting pressure on, and I think Scrimanti's playing with the Toy there. He's just slowing up in places where he knows the Toy can probably have a look and see, and then he just puts the power down as they get onto the straightaway and leaves the Lamborghini in his wake. Across the line one more time, another lap completed. In the background, they're leaving Gianni Giannacaro to fend for third place all on his own. Behind Giannacaro, we've got Chris Budnick, and then it's Mark De Toy. Mark De Toy just behind there. Marius Jackson, of course, in the mix there too. Have a look at this as they come under braking. That is actually Mark De Toy, I beg your pardon. It's not Marius Jackson. Marius Jackson's further back in the pack there, so apologies on that one. I just caught the number on the side there and realised it's actually Mark De Toy driving in the Paget Racing Audi. So looks like there's a bit of a change up there. I spoke to Mark yesterday and they were saying he was in the Audi. I assumed he was in his A4, the one that he normally pilots. But this time out, of course, in that R8 Evo Audi. And it's an amazing piece of machinery. It has done an amazing amount of work around this country already in the hands of Charles Orangis. And now in the hands of Mark De Toy, he certainly has got something special beneath him. He's trying to close the gap down now on these two and on Gianni Giannacaro. I don't think he's going to have what it takes to run with his brother and with Franco Scrimanti. But needless to say, he's still going to have a bit of fight of his own, I think, with cars behind. There is Jackson. Apologies on that one. Just ahead of the return of Jabir. Peter Jabir there in the AMG-powered Lotus. His brother Charles, of course, will be out in the Honda-powered Lotus. One of them is an Elise, one is an Exige. And those two cars, of course, also had a fantastic outing only a couple of weekends ago at the Samola Hill Climb. And now back into full flight with a big field of extreme supercars here. Back straight away now. That is Charles Orangis pulling away ever so slightly from Lorraine. Lorraine's got some problems with Momia. Then you got Ricky Giannacaro just ahead of Jackson. Marius Jackson ahead of Jabir. Jabear's got a little bit of a gap now to Nicky Dixon, the Corvette Porsche, and behind that you can see that is going to be Joseph Ellerine in the second of those R8s. That's the GT4 version of the R8s. So Porsche, Lamborghini, Audi, Lotus. That's what Extreme Supercars is all about. Behind that you can see them lining up. We've got Lamborghinis involved here. We've got a couple of Ferraris too. And problems in the background for Lorraine. Lorraine having to pull to the sideline. The combined racing BMW seems to be having a little bit of an issue. Joseph Ellerine dives through into turn 8 and starts to get away now from an ailing combined racing BMW. That's a big pity there for Lorraine. He was going so well. And he's now dropped right to the back of the pack almost. It's just Uli Sana and Jimmy Giannacaro who have yet to pass him. But definitely some problems there for the combined racing machine. And Lorraine is going to have to do some work now in between the two heats. See if he can get things sorted out and ensure he can go racing again later on. Toys R Us Porsche is Momia. He's got pressure coming from, is that Ricky Giannacaro? Yes it is. Ricky Giannacaro, Momia, and of course Marius Jackson fighting for honours there. We're just outside the top 10. At the front end though, 59.4 from Franco Scrimanti. Sets the pace on that last lap and opens up a small half a second lead over Jonathan De Toy. So we got some fun and games now as Jolie Illenfeld has now invited the entire population of East London to join us on our live stream. McQueen's here as well. Hello McQueen, how you doing? As we're getting into the halfway stage of this first heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, things starting to heat up in this little battle as Jabear's putting the pressure on. It's Lorraine just trying to nurse that BMW around. He's now been lapped by the Lamborghini and Porsche. The lead cars have gone through on him. the background, that is the Corvette Porsche of Nicky Dix. And behind him, Joseph Ellery, R8 GT4 Audi. They head up past the Universal Racing Stable up towards AMG and Toyota Gazoo Racing. As they come into that little short squirt between 5 and 6. There's a change up there. You can see a little bit of maneuvering happening as well from Chris Budnick's point of view. He's trying to close the gap down now on Gianni Giannacaro. Gianni Giannacaro in the BSIC, the Bisc Logistics R35 Nissan. That's Jimbo Giannacaro, who's been passed now also in a Lamborghini Trofeo. Ricky's old car, of course, Ricky Giannacaro now in the Hurricane. Jimbo Giannacaro piloting the Lamborghini Trofeo. The back end of the pack, but still looking for a chance there for honours in class C&D. So Jimbo about to be caught by Gianni and Chris Budnick in the V10 Viper. Bucketless Racing having a fantastic day here today, and also looking to see, of course, their young pilot in the CompCare Polo Cup on pole position. We'll chat about him later on. That's actually Pretoria's teammate there to Chris Budnick. Oh, and now traffic. Big traffic here as the BMW Z4 just got in the way ever so slightly there of Franco Scribanti, but he puts the power down, and look at that. That straight line speed of the Porsche is just unbelievable. He pulls away from Jonathan Dutoy on the straight, and into turn 4 has got 2 car lengths. Maybe a little bit more. Jonathan Dutoy's got the ability through the corners though, that the electronics on that car are spectacular. And Trans-Africa Racing and of course Stradale Motorsport prepping that car so that Jonathan Dutoy can take on the might of Franco Scribanti. Lap times have dropped down a little bit there. We're down into the 60-second flat laps from all of the first 4. But we're already seeing the top 2 go into the 59 bracket. So you know what they can do. Mark Dutoy enjoying life for the first time in this R8 GT3. It's a really, really awesome little car there. Padgett Racing and of course Stradale, and a combination there between Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport to ensure that Mark Dutoy can have some fun this weekend in a new car. Mo Mia still being pressurised here big time by Giannacaro. Stormbreaker trying to find a way past, can't find it just yet. He's looking inside, he's looking outside, can't find a way through there on Mo Mia. Ricky Giannacaro there trying to find a way past, but can't do it just yet. And Jackson and Juba are waiting. Peter Joubert and Marius Jackson waiting in the wings there to pick up any pieces there that might go wrong between the Lambo and the Porsche just ahead. This is a fight forward. Is going to be about 7th or 8th place on track there. Romeo hanging on for now. About to start the penultimate lap. 2 to go for Scribanti and Dutoy. Bit of clean air just ahead of them at this stage. They might be closing in onto the back end by the end of the next 2 laps. Possibly going to be catching maybe Nicky Dix and Joseph Ellery. Still no answer there from Chris Budnick. Budnick at this stage is leading Class A, remember, all on his own sim. And Gianni Giannacaro leads out the GT3 class. He's ahead of Mark Dutoy and Charles Rangi's in that GT3 spec class, the national class combined into this category. So Bisc Logistics heads into turn 4, and R35 looking so good and heading to the top of the hill again. Second last time here for these two to come through turn 8. 1 lap board is out, and it's now up to Dutoy to find a way through. He's looked all race long, hasn't found one yet. Can he get ahead now of Franco Scribanti? Scribanti goes defensive. Dutoy going to try and cut back. Watch the cutback here from the Lambo. Takes a wide line into the entrance of the corner. Maintains the wide line because Scribanti saw him coming and just forced him wide. Wasn't going to allow him to cut back on the inside and try and slingshot through. So good driving there from Franco Scribanti. Placement of the car was to perfection to not allow the Lamborghini through. So it looks like that Porsche is going to hang on. He heads to the top of the hill. He's got 3 corners to go. Coming up on those back markers. I don't think they're going to catch them though. I thought they might have had enough laps to get onto the back end of Joseph Ellery, but no. Looks like Ellery is going to survive. Here comes Dutoy though. Last ditch effort. He's going to have a look into turn number 8. No, he's not, because Scribanti goes defensive. Holds the inside line. round the outside. Jonathan du Toit going to try and use that outside line. Goes across the curbs and destroys the front splitter on that Lamborghini and some of the bodywork. You cannot go wide in turn 8. There's a cone outside there for a reason. There's a lot of damage on that outside curb, which happened yesterday in practice, and it's now a lot of Lamborghini bits and pieces that are lying on the sideline there as well, as Gianni Giannacaro comes through for third place. So Giannacaro comes through for third. Budnik takes fourth place. Mark du Toit is going to hang on for 5. Charles Arangis hopefully hanging into the Lamborghini Trofeo machine just behind Uli Sani, has now come across the line for GNH Transport. Here comes Charles Arangis. That'll be third in the GT3 national class. Ricky Giannacaro's got through on Momia on the last lap and moved the Hurricane up 1 position to get past the Toys R Us Porsche. So let's get confirmation, unofficially of course, of results as they stand across the line there. Franco Scrimanti and Jonathan du Toit, 1 and 2 overall, and 1 and 2 in Class A plus as well. Gianni Giannacaro takes GT3s ahead of Mark du Toit and Charles Arangis. Chris Budnik finishes up in 4th place, but taking Class A. He wins out over Ricky Giannacaro and Peter Jabert. And then Class B's all the way down in 8th place goes to Momia, beating out Marius Jackson. Behind Jackson, a good run there as well, coming through from Peter Jabert and Nicky Dix. And then it was Joseph Ellerine who makes up the top 12 there for GNH Transport Extreme Supercars Race 1. Up next, we're going into CompCare Polo Cup Race 1 of 3. So making the way into the circuit right now is CompCare Polo Cup. It's the 27th season of the very, very successful brand racing class that Volkswagen put together 27 years ago. And this time out, expecting a massive battle at the front end, because when you looked at qualifying yesterday, the first 12 cars were split by a second. The first 6 cars for Superpole were split by half a second, and 1 and 2 in Superpole were less than 100th of a second apart. So that's how tight this racing can be. Let's go and catch up with some of the contenders though, and see what their plans are here for today's third round of the CompCare Polo Cup. CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup here at Zwartkops, and back again for, but this is basically Volkswagen's home round other than DE, because they've got such a big contingent here this weekend. Giordano coming from your home track, an amazing effort. What's the plans now to keep that momentum going?
Yeah, we're just going to keep on trying our best. Obviously, it's not going to be that easy this weekend. It's not a home track where a lot of drivers do drive here quite a lot, but practice has gone well so far, and yeah, I can't complain. We're just going to keep chipping on.
Ethan, it's your home track, so you've got a little bit of work to be done here, and joining Lee Thompson Racing now as well.
Yes, this is my home track, and I've done quite a bit of practice here. So FP1 I was P6, and FP2 I was running P2 and P3. So just during the race I'm going to try to conserve my tyres, because there's 3 heats, and just stay calm.
Jason, stepping up to that top 6 already, you're starting to show the prowess needed here for Polo Cup. What's the plans in Team Red this weekend?
Yeah, it's been a lot of effort in the car from Team Red, from myself and my father. We've managed to improve it a whole lot, feel more comfortable. And as for our team, we're gonna take it step by step. We got a lot of drivers to juggle, but the team dynamic is very good this weekend, so we look forward to it.
So as they come to the line now, to line up, just to take you through what happened. Of course, we had qualifying yesterday afternoon to set what is the top 6 in the grid for a shootout for Superpole. Each of those top 6 then went out onto circuit to try and set one more fast lap to dictate who will be the first 6 cars of the grid. And a massive surprise saw Zwartkops Racing's Anthony Pretorius put it on pole position after the 2 hot contenders, Charles Visser and the man we just spoke to, Giordano Lupini, were found wanting with a couple of mistakes in their hot run on the hot lap that's provided. It's basically the same as what World Superbikes used to be in terms of that Superpole. You get 1 out lap, you get 1 fast lap, and then you come back in. And on that fast lap, you've got to try and get a lap that'll get you to the top end of what is the top 6 shootout. So it's Anthony Pretorius there getting the Dunlop Award. It's 2,500 Rand extra to his funding for the weekend, courtesy of Hans and the team there. And of course Joe doing a super job there with the Dunlop brand to be associated with this class, and a whole bunch of the categories racing here this weekend are all on, of course, the Dunlop tyres, including even Jimbo Giannacara, I believe. He stepped across into those in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars along with Chris Budnick. So nice to see the support coming there from the Dunlop brand and from the marketing side of things there too. Speaking of marketing, well, this is the 27th season of this category. And as I said, this is the first time we've seen Zwartkops Racing and Anthony Pretorius on the front row. But right alongside him, for the first time ever, we saw Jason Loosemore into the top 6 for Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsport. And the Renegade Racing man there basically went out and did it all right in qualifying for the Superpole side of things to put it onto the 2nd position on the grid, outgunning his, of course, stablemate, who was the firm favourite, Charles Visser, who wanted to be on the front row and unfortunately didn't quite get it right. He actually went off, if you were watching the G&H Trans Supercars last lap there, where Jonathan DeToy went off the circuit just behind where our camera position is here on the left-hand side, bottom left of the track here. Of course, there's a big hole that's being formed now after a couple of cars have destroyed the rumble strip on that side. So Polo Cup make their way around and make their way into the battleground. There's another man who also was in the top 6 yesterday, Nathan Victor for Summit Racing. The Floors on Trend Summit Racing car there, having a super run. He eventually ended up in 5th place, just ahead of Visser. Visser, who also almost destroyed his car yesterday, going off on the same place that DeToy went off there. Had to do some overnight work at the Universal Racing Stable and got that Polo GTI of his sorted out. So 2nd row is Davy van der Merwe as well. Haven't mentioned him. He, of course, was a man who was running in contention for the championship last year and looks to now try and sort it all out for Nathan's Motorsport and Volkswagen Motorsport this season, stepping out of Team Red and moving into a new team. Behind Charles Visser, you've got Dean Venter, the VDN, and he's just trying to see if he's actually there. Yes, he is there. There he is, just behind. I didn't see him behind Charles. Just wanted to make sure he was actually on track. He's alongside QV Motorsport. That is Farin Basha. Then you've got Ethan Kutsia, who was running top 2, as you heard in his interview, dropping down into 9th place in quali, just ahead of Tyler Robinson, who is the 3rd of the Team Red racing cars there, and also sponsored by AF Fans. Then you've got Baxi Kamani for the Zwartkops team. He's alongside Mo Karodia for Fast 5 and Lee Thompson Racing. Then you've got Bryce Pillay and Jean-Dre Marais. And bringing up the rear end of the field, Roshan Goodman and Rasley Harris. Now, Roshan Goodman only got to do qualifying as his practice for today's 3 heats. So he's got a lot of work to do to try and catch up to the front end of this field in the final of the Team Red Racing entries. So Polo's now all rolling up to take up their positions at standing start, as always. This is 1 of 3. And the important factor of this first heat, of course, is you need to get in a really good lap time, because the lap time from this... the fastest lap times from this heat will dictate who will be on the front row and the grid for race 3, the final race of our day here today. Big welcome to all those people in the crowds as well. If you are watching us on the live stream on your smart devices, it's not a bad idea to do that. If you're watching the live action, you can also pick up on action around the track via the live stream. And if you are on the live stream, big welcome to you here. It's round 2 of the Extreme Festival. It's round 3 of CompCare Polo Cup, and they are now in position with a green flag at the back and ready to go. 5-second board comes out. As that goes up and everybody sees the 5-second board, the lights are about to go on. When they go off, that's when we go racing. And that's right now as they drop the hammer. Problems on the line. Oh my goodness. Jason Loosemore stalls on the line and he drops right to the back of the pack. So Loosemore from the front of the front row goes right to the back there. And the oval track champion getting caught out by a small mistake of his own. Pretorius leads out. Vanamava is into 2nd place as they come into turn 2. Great start there from Davy Vanamava. He wasn't having any of it. And Giordano Lapini tucks in behind him. So Lapini now with some pressure coming from Charles Visser. By the looks of things, the 2 Cape Townians running onto that back straightaway now behind Davy Vanamava. Charles Visser diving on the inside of Lapini looking for a way through. Nathan Victor with some pressure coming from Farin Basha. Inside line from Ethan Kutsia trying to get through on that car of Dean Venter. Venter now side by side with Ethan Kutsia as they get to the top of the hill, under braking for turn 5. Lupini looks inside. Vanamava sees him coming, keeps the door shut. Schalfus has a little look on the inside as well. Here comes Kutsia. Inside line of turn 6. He's going to hold the inside line and try and force a mistake out of Dean Venter. Rasley Harris with a good start. He's moved up a couple of positions, as you can see, and has slotted himself up into about 7th or 8th, last position as they come down under braking now for turn 8. Good move there from Bryce Pillay. Pillay fighting with Mo Karodia, the 2 of them, and Ethan Kutsia, in fact. Kutsia now with his teammate right on his tail, but allows the door open, and Bryce Pillay says, thanks very much, I'll have that. He goes flying into now turn number 8, and takes a position. He cements it into turn 1 and 2, and maintains that place as they go down and out of turn 2. Inside line though from Ethan Kutsia might force Bryce Pillay to mistake the side-by-side between the 2 of them. Both of them now going onto the inside line, or trying to hang on to the inside line. There's only one place there for one car, and one of them have to give way. They're not giving in. Oh, there's a touch! Little touch in the background there between Ethan Kutsia and Bryce Pillay. And a little bang between the 2 of them just unsettles the car slightly, allowing Mo Karodia to get slightly better drive now through turn 4. Behind that, it's Baxi Kamani and Jason Loosemore. Jason Loosemore's going to be kicking himself. Something went dramatically wrong on that line. Maybe he stalled the car, but he wasn't able to get off the line. And now, banging in the background, is that Ethan Kutsia? No, it looks like Mo Karodia. Mo Karodia now dropping right to the back behind Tyler Robinson. AF Fans and Team Red Racing Polo in full flight trying to make up some ground. She's lost a lot of ground, unfortunately. Starting in 10th place, she's dropped right to the back now, almost second last. And now looking to try and make up that ground again. Top 2 go through into turn 1. Inside line from 3rd place, and it's a good move there from Charles Visser. Visser looking for a way past if he can get it. Tyler Robinson trying to find a way through now on Jean-Dre Marais. She's going to have to try and keep out Mo Karodia behind her as well, and just keeping in the background an eye on Roshan Goodman, right at the back of the pack. Davy van der Merwe sets the pace right now, 1:12.3. He's the fastest man on track, trying to close that gap down on the lead car. OMP and Bucket List Racing's Anthony Pretorius. Charles Visser in third. Then you've got Giordano Lupini and Nathan Victor. Nice run there from Buxy Kamani. Then you've got Rasley Harris with some pressure now being applied by Jean-Andre Marais. Fight there for 12th place as they go through turn 4. Tyler Robinson inside Amoka Rodeo looking for 13th. Lucky for some, but the number 27 car looks like she might have got the gap and got through there on Mocha Rodeo. We'll watch and see as they come up onto the top of the hill. Buxy Kamani losing a little bit of ground now to Jason Loosemore. Loosemore's trying to make up that ground. You can see he's closed the gap down onto the back end now of Bryce Pillay. And he wants to try and maybe get himself back up into the top 10. Charles Visser goes quickest as he crosses the line. He's the fastest man on track right now, currently down in third place and looking to try and get that gap down between himself and Davy van der Merwe. He helped van der Merwe out last year to try and win a championship, and he's now looking to try and take that championship away. Remember, the outgoing champion has already moved on to bigger and better things here from 2022, so the fight continues, and it's really going to be an amazing run here between these guys and girls as they go onto that back straight away for another time in asking. Charles Visser trying to close the gap down. He's not able to do anything about him. No, not yet. There's a good move there from Loosemore on Pillay. Jason Loosemore finding a great position on track and slices up the inside, cuts across to keep Bryce Pillay from coming to return the favour. As he gets up under braking now, he holds onto that inside line. Dean Fenter trying to close the gap down now on Faran Basha. Faran Basha at this stage just outside of that top 6. Loosemore trying to get into the top 6. Can you imagine if Jason hadn't made the mistake he had, where he'd be in this front pack and hunting hard. As they come down under braking there, late braking coming out of Ethan Gutsia, even later braking from Buxy Kamani, trying to get through on Bryce Pillay. Faran Basha, Fenter, and Gutsia, JRT and Lee Thompson Racing, Polo GTI. Slowly but surely getting onto the back end of that M-Town and VDN Motors machine of Dean Fenter. Good run here from Fenter. He just missed out on the top 6 yesterday. He was just pipped there by Jason Loosemore in the closing stages and by Victor. And now we've got to change up possibly for the lead, or do we? No, we don't. Pretorius forces Davy van der Merwe wide. Davy going to try and find another way through. He cuts back. Here comes the inside line. Giordano Lupini trying to get back at Visser. He's got that inside line. Davy van der Merwe's got the inside line. And he just doesn't get the braking right there to get up on the inside of Pretorius. But he slams the door shut. Here comes Charles. Charles with a little touch on Giordano. Charles Visser with a little touch there between himself and Giordano Lupini as they came through turn 6. Very, very close between these drivers. First 5 cars very evenly matched. We have got 3 Cape Townians fighting behind the boys from up north. And Pretorius on his home circuit certainly looks like he's got everything dialed in here for that Bucket List Racing machine. Under braking, Charles locks up the back rear. That right rear just locking up slightly under braking there, trying to close the gap and get back ahead of Giordano Lupini. Epic fight here between these two. Pulling away slightly there from Nathan Victor. Victor falling into the clutches of Faran Basha, who is the last car in the top 6. Basha's pulled slightly away now from Dean Fenter and Ethan Gutsia, and it's Jason Loosemore from the back of the pack who's got himself up into the top 10. We'll have to wait and see what happens with race 2, but Jason Loosemore's front row aspirations unfortunately let him down on the start. He'll have to try and come back in race 2 and 3 later on. Speaking of coming back, wow, Lupini so late heading into turn 5. He's on the inside of Davy van der Merwe. Can he get through? Van der Merwe hangs onto that outside line. Great run there from him. Just manages to keep Lupini out. He goes defensive. He's not going to give Lupini any chance to get on that inside line. He'll compromise his drive ever so slightly, which is now going to allow that concertina effect to happen. And look at that. Not only is Visser coming along with the concertina, but so is Victor. Nathan Victor following suit there with what Charles Visser's doing to try and close down on the second place car. Rasley Harris still in a bit of a fight here, as you can see there, with Mo Karodia and Tyler Robinson. They head down into turn number 1. Mo Karodia trying to find the outside line. He's going to try and run wide around Rasley. Rasley sees him coming, shuts the door. So Harris versus Kurodia, Tyler Robinson there, AF Fans and Team Red Racing, Polo GTI on the back end of those two. Let's head back to the front end. Here comes Nathan Victor. Victor now looking for the slipstream, trying to find a way through there on Charles Visser. Visser places the car into the middle of the track, going to make him go around the outside. The long way around turn 5. They slot in line astern as they go into turn 5 now. A little bit of a wide line from both cars in second and third there. One of them was Fanamava, the other one was Lupini. Slightly cleaner lines coming out of Visser and out of Victor. But Anthony Pretorius is just getting away. Pretorius is doing a great job out front here, looking for his first win in polos. They've got 2 laps to go. 2 more laps of race action coming away here by the looks of things. Sorry, 3 more laps. 7 down and 3 to go. Tyler Robinson still trying to find a way back on Jean-Andre Marais. She's lost out one position. Oh, someone sliding in the background there by the looks of it. I think it might have been Rasley Harris. Yeah, Rasley Harris just got a little bit out of shape, but he manages to catch it just before he went off track. So Tyler Robinson currently at the moment sitting in 13th place. Wants to try and get back up into the top 10 where she qualified. Start didn't quite work out for her. She comes now onto turn 2. We're back into turn 4 with the mid-pack. You think it's here starting to back that Polo into turn 4 with the pressure that's being applied there just behind. You can see that pressure from Fenter is starting to pay off. Jason Loosemore's about to join the party. He's late on the brakes up towards turn 5. So Loosemore wants through. He wants to get ahead there of Fenter and of Kutsia. He's not too far behind them, I can tell you. He's only got a lap and a half or 2.5 laps to do it in. They're about to start their penultimate lap right now with Anthony Pretorius leading things out over Davy Fanamava. Fanamava over Lupini, Lupini over Visser. That's your first 4 across the line. Nathan Victor watching those rearview mirrors as that QV Motorsport machine of Foreign Basher starts to close him down. Under braking, you can see he's bringing along Fenter and Kutsia for the ride is Foreign Basher. Kutsia actually just ahead now of Dean Fenter. So a bit of a change up between the two of them, chopping and changing all the time here, as always in Polo Cup. As I said, 27th running of a Polo Cup championship in South Africa. Amazing long relationship here between the Volkswagen brand and some of the young contenders in South African motorsport, a lot of whom have gone on to bigger and better things. In fact, we've got 3 of them in the same team this weekend, I believe, at one of the International Endurance Series there. Jordan Pepper and both the Van der Linde boys, all doing great things on an international side of things. And they all started and cut their teeth here in Polo Cup originally. Ex and former champion, of course, Leighton Fourie, also doing some international duties for a BMW M2 Cup this weekend too. So knowing what it takes, they learn a huge amount of racecraft here in this Polo Cup Championship, and that's what this racecraft and the learning curve that you have here tends to do. And you can see just how hard Pretorius now is using all of his experience. He's got a multiple race winner in both Lupini and Fanamava on his tail. Pretorius has not taken a victory yet in Polo Cup, but it looks like it might be time for the Bucketless Racing team to have that honour. Get onto that back straight away. Fastest lap this time went to Charles Visser, but Visser's lap unfortunately is going to be too little too late. He's down in 4th place, so he's got a huge mountain to climb now as they go up the hill towards turn 4. Literally, that mountain is going to be too much for him, and he'll have to wait for race 2 and 3 to see what he can do later on. Nathan Victor still in the 5 spot. Foreign Basher still in 6th. Sia has not been able to find a way through yet, but what a great drive from this young man. Anthony Pretorius is going to cement his pole position and turn it into a race win. What an amazing run here from Pretorius, OMP and Bucketless Racing for Polo Cup's first win of the day. It's Anthony Pretorius with the victory. He wins out over Davy Fanamava. Across the line behind Fanamava comes Giordano Lupini in the Torcraft car, winning things out over Team Red Racing, Charles Visser. Tyler Robinson has found a way through on Jean-Andre Marais in the closing stages. It's a good run there from the young lady. She's got herself up into 12th place there and comes across the line to beat Marais and Mo Kurodia to the line. Kurodia's got through as well, beating Rasley Harris down to the final one. And as they get up into the race action, you can see some superb Polo Cup action as expected here from our CompCare Polo Cup contenders. As they make their way onto the back straight away there, Schalfus are getting the fastest lap on the last lap. And that'll help him out slightly. As you can see there, Anthony Pretorius, Davy Finamavich, Don Lupini, Schalfus and Nathan Victor and Foreign Basha from QV Motorsport take the top 6 ahead of Ethan Kitsia. Then Dean Fenter, Jason Newsmore got up into the top 10 after that nightmare start. Buxy Kamani beats out Bryce Pillay and Tyler Robinson, our young lady, there in 12th place. Up next, we've got a top of the hill demonstration, a brand new concept that Zwartkops has put together. As soon as we see the man who was crowned King of the Hill at the Neisner Hill climb and Samola Hill climb only a couple of weekends ago, Mr. Franco Scribanti in the Sheriff, will be back with action to tell you all about that. And we'll also be going live on the PA at the same time to tell the crowds here all about this new concept at Zwartkops. Also, just a reminder to our production team before I close off here. Guys, remember that the car is going the wrong way around for this top of the hill demonstration. So cameramen will have to be watching it coming from the other side of their shots. So making its way onto the circuit right now. Make its way onto the circuit right now. Big welcome to our live fans as well as our live stream fans. An option to see something that you don't usually see here at Zwartkops, and that's a race car going the wrong way around the track. The reason for that is Zwartkops has taken into account that maybe up here in the north we need something as spectacular, or even just as spectacular as Samola Hill Climb. On track, heading down the hill from turn 5 into turn 4, is the magnificent King of the Hill champion and the Sheriff, as it's known, with its pilot Franco Scribanti behind the wheel. Now what you're seeing here is a concept run for an event that Zwartkops wants to put together for next year, and it's going to be something pretty spectacular because it's on a similar vein to Samola Hill Climb, although with not as much elevation provided here at Zwartkops. Although if you ever have ridden this circuit on a bicycle, you'll know that this way round there is a bit of elevation. And as he comes out of what is turn 7 into turn 8, the wrong way round, Franco Scribanti is going to show you what a hill climb, or the top of the hill as it'll be known next year in 2024, is all about. The Top of the Hill Challenge in 2024 is a 2,000 meter track that's been set up here and runs the wrong way around Zwartkops for the very first time ever. And you can see just how enjoyable this is going to be. It's open to vehicles that come from internal combustion engines and electric vehicles. So manufacturers, if you're out there, particularly the ones that are part and parcel of this event and part and parcel of this circuit, you need to make sure that it's going and you are getting people involved in this event. So the idea, of course, here is to get everybody behind this event for 2024. It'll be run for the inaugural time, and the dates will be posted as soon as Zwartkops has got it all sorted out. But this is the very first time we get to see a car going the wrong way around the Zwartkops International Raceway. You can just see just how difficult this is. I'm having to do live as well as live stream. So hopefully everybody got the concept here as Franco Scribanti gets into this full flight the wrong way around. So an amazing effort there just to get an idea of exactly what this car's capabilities are. And of course, if you want to see this car up close and personal, it's down in pit lane. You can come and see the 2023 King of the Hill car of Franco Scribanti. He won the modified class at the Samola Hill Climb in this car, and he certainly has got what it takes to come and possibly be the man who wins out the very first Top of the Hill Challenge in 2024 here at Zwartkops. Elevation and ascending hills is what it's all about. Manufacturer involvement is what Zwartkops is looking for here. If you have an electric vehicle, if you have an internal combustion vehicle, you need to come and be part and parcel of this and run the circuit the wrong way around. It's going to be completely different and something unique. It's on a time attack style event with the elevation, as I said, that is provided by going the wrong way around the circuit. So an amazing effort here from Zwartkops, as always, to bring you participative motorsport, but of course also to bring you unique events that happen at the circuit. We've got another one coming up at the middle of the year, as always, and a massive thanks to Franco and the team there from Scribanti Racing to give us an indication of what the potential could be here at Top of the Hill 2024. As I said, if you want to see that car, or if you want to head down to Volkswagen's racing stable and check out Peter Solberg's all-conquering all-wheel drive WRX supercar, that's here in pit lane as well. And that car, of course, hopefully will be participating next year in Top of the Hill 2024. Stay tuned to social media for all of the action and all of the dates and announcements that are going to be made in lining up what is going to be 2024's very first 2,000 meter Top of the Hill Challenge here at Zwartkops. Hope you enjoyed that, and we'll be back shortly with Investchem Formula 1600s. So Investchem Formula 1600 is about to make their way onto the circuit now for their first race of action and the first bit of single-seater action we see for the day. And let's go and catch up with some of their top contenders and see exactly what their plans are, including our championship leader, Troy Dolenchek.
Boys, we're coming to a big battle here for this Formula 1600 championship. It really is turning into an incredible season amongst all of you. Okay.
Investchem.
Okay.
Let's go with Investchem. It's on. Okay, carry on.
Boys, the Investchem Formula 1600 is turning into a very, very competitive championship for 2023. We've already seen some big action at the first round, and I think there's going to be even more this weekend. What's the plans for Abacus Divisions Racing? Antoine?
Well, Abacus is always there for the team and look what's best for the team, but hopefully we can come out with a 1-2. My brother has been looking quite strong this weekend while I'm still struggling with the car, but this last session was quite good, so hopefully get a good qualifying and a good race.
Shrin, improvements all the time. How far up are you going to be by the time we get to the checkered flag tomorrow?
Oh, hoping for a top 5, so we got some things to dial out of the car and with my driving, so improving a little bit by a little bit each session, so we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
Troy, from your side of things, trying to stay at the front end, not easy.
Yeah, obviously we've had nice pace throughout the year, but a bit of bad luck in Kyalami as well as Kalani in qualifying. But really happy with the pace so far throughout the year, and we've had a couple of nice practice sessions today, so hoping to carry that momentum through to tomorrow.
So it looks like they're getting 2 warm-up laps here for the Investchem Formula 1600s to get them ready to go for their first heat in action. Troy Dolenchek has set the pace, as you heard from him, having some good practice sessions yesterday. He was also very quick this morning in qualifying, and in fact went and did about half a second quicker than anybody else on track to put his car on pole position for the Sugen Property Investments team. Vibro frameless glass, of course, is Casey Ensor-Smith, who's alongside him, and it's his first front row start as well for Ensor-Smith. So not a bad effort there from the young man. He'll be lining up alongside the Cape Townian. Nick Van Wheelie and Jason Kutsia are the second row of the grid, ahead of Gerard and Siabonga Monkokwana. So Gerard Geldenhuys outgunning his brother Antoine, who's down in 7th place on the 4th row, alongside Storm Lanfear. Shrin Naidu, Alex Voss will make up 9 and 10, and then it's Andrew Schofield and Karabo Malamela who make up the last 2 positions for the 12 cars about to go to battle here. Here's a little look at Siabonga getting a little bit out of shape as well on the warm-up lap. I think that's possibly why they gave them another lap, is because they needed some time for Sia to get going again. So thanks for that, Paulie, for picking that up. We were just watching, he was watching that, of course, while we were watching the interviews. And Siabonga Monkokwana just getting a little bit out of shape as he went into turn 8. And that's the reason why they possibly sent them for another lap around, so that he could have a chance to get some of that dirt off the tyres and get himself ready now for race 1. Shuffling into the background there, we saw the SAF Air car of Andrew Schofield driving for Investchem and SAF Air. There's Gazoo Racing Stables VIP facility. They've had a fantastic day so far, and I'm sure they're looking forward to the next race, which will see 3 of their Gazoo Racing machines go to battle for global touring cars. Still some work to do now before we get to that, though, for the Investchem Formula 1600s. And as I said, qualifying was all about Troy Dolenchek and Casey Ensor-Smith. Half a second apart at the end of that, but only about 3 or 4 hundredths of a second between 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. Van Wheelie, Casey Ensor-Smith, and of course Jason Kutsia. They head down towards turn 1 now. Dolenchek gets the whole shot. Van Wheelie round the outside for 2nd by the looks of it, and outgunning Casey Ensor-Smith. Oh, that is the green car. Gerard Geldenhuys going wide and onto the dirty stuff. He gets back on just alongside Siabonga Monkokwana as they come through turn 3. And now, or into turn 3, I should say, out of turn 2. Good start there from the front end. Not such a good start coming out of Gerard Geldenhuys. So we've got Troy Dolenchek leading things out over Van Wheelie. Antoine Geldenhuys. Casey Ensor-Smith being outgunned by Jason Kutsia as they go down into turn 4. Late dive there from Alex Voss trying to find a way through on the 27 car of Lanfear. He's been able to get up alongside, but not through on Lanfear. and it's being pressurized big time by Malamela. They come out of turn 5, past AMG, past the Gazoo Racing HQ, into turn 6, double right-hander. And it's Alex Foss trying to find a way through on Malamela, but can't find it yet. Schofield behind them. Yeah, it's a heated battle at the back end. Looks like the man in the front row has dropped down to 5th place there, so didn't quite work out for Casey Ensel-Smith to be on that front row as they come across the line and complete the first real lap in anger. Heading down towards turn 2. Casey Ensel-Smith locking up in the background by the looks of it as well, trying to close that gap down on Jason Kutsia. Kutsia's made up 1 place. Casey Ensel-Smith still with some work to do now as they're getting into the thick of it here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. We'll make that 3, 4 and 5. Let's see, Antoine Geldenhuys has bridged the small gap now over Jason Kutsia. Kutsia's leaving Casey Ensel-Smith to fight it out with Monkonkwana. They come through there. The 37 car, of course, was at the back of the pack, and Karabo Melamela has made up 2 positions. He's got through on Schofield, he's got through on Foss. Alex Foss and Andrew Schofield not finding it all plain sailing here this weekend. They're really battling, and they're usually at the front end of the field, not usually at the back end, trying to find a way through. Down onto turn 8's breaking point come the first 6 cars. Gerard Geldenhuys trying to make up ground after going off track slightly there in lap 1. They'll be looking to try and close the gap down at least on Monkonkwana. Sia was quickest on that last pass though. That's a good sign there for Sia Monkonkwana as he closes the gap on Ensel-Smith. Can he use that extra pace to get ahead of Casey Ensel-Smith and move himself up into the top 5? Into the back straight they go. Watch for the slipstream effect coming from Sia Monkonkwana. Might not be into turn 4, but possibly up into turn 5. He'll carry the corner speed, try and hang on to that inside line and dive through under braking as they get to the top. He runs a little wide, so just cost him slightly. It's not close enough there. He'll have to think about it on the next lap. Just made a small mistake coming out of turn 4. That cost him the time that he had made up in the first part of this lap that is about to be completed. We're on lap number 2 of 12. There's still 10 laps to go. Make that 9 as they cross the line now. So it's 9 to go from Dolenchek, 9 to go for Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie comfortable ahead of Antoine Geldenhuys. We heard from Antoine in the interviews he wasn't quite happy with the pace he'd found yesterday, but it looks like they've done something overnight. Monkonkwana on the inside into turn 2. Ensel-Smith opens up the door. Can Monkonkwana get the drive now? He does. He looks on the inside, trying to find a way through there on Casey Ensel-Smith. Can he make it sticky? Looks like he might have the line for turn 4. If he stays side by side through 3, he'll have the inside line for turn 4. Definitely don't want to be locking up wheels as they go into turn 4, and that's exactly why Casey backs out and slots in behind the 74 car Monkonkwana. Gerard Geldenhuys looking to pick up some pieces now. If something goes wrong between those two as they get onto the braking point for turn 5 at the top of the hill. Right here, this is super stuff from Monkonkwana. Great move on the inside there from Gerard as well. The change up, have we got? Yes, we have. Schofield and Foss are through. Dropped, is that Storm Lanfear? Looks like it might be. Storm Lanfear dropped right to the back of the pack. So another lap completed. Dolenchek leads out, continues to lead things comfortably over Nicholas Van Wheelie. The magnificent paint and hardware. Hamilton's paintbrushes car doing a superb job in 2nd. Abacus Divisions Racing currently sitting in 3rd and in 6th place respectively. Make that 7th, I beg your pardon. Gerard Geldenhuys doing a super job there in 7th, closing the gap down. Oh, off track for Malamela. Malamela making a big mistake there down into turn 2 and runs off the circuit and now comes back onto the track a long way behind. So Karabo Malamela got a lot of work to do now. I don't think he's going to have enough time to even close onto the back end of Lanfear, who's at the back, and Foss. So that is 2nd place. Painted Hardware's machine there, flying hard and doing a superb job for 2nd. Antoine Geldenhuys under pressure now from Kutsia as they go down towards turn number 8. Kutsia dives on the inside. Can he make it stick? He's got that inside line, but no, not yet. Just keeping it all together there is Antoine Geldenhuys. But there's a lot more pressure coming from the Mintworks man as he puts the pressure on there big time. And there we go. Good possibilities that we're going to see Antoine Geldenhuys dropping down slightly. That Mint Rapworks car of Jason Kutsia is applying huge pressure onto the first of the Abacus Divisions racing car of Antoine Geldenhuys. So it's Sujan Property Developments out front. And Troy Dolenchek controlling things. Oh, Antoine Geldenhuys makes a mistake. He runs wide, puts wheels on the dirt, just catches it. Here comes Siabongo Munkakwana. Munkakwana is going to try and make him pay as well as they go up to the top of the hill. See around the outside. Antoine got no answer. Siabongo Munkakwana gets through on Antoine Geldenhuys as well. Here comes Casey Ensel-Smith. He wants some of the pie too. There's a big bite. But just can't get through there. And he's now the meat in the sandwich between the two Geldenhuys boys. So a small mistake there from Antoine Geldenhuys forces him wide through turn 4. And that is going to cost him dearly. He's lost 2 positions. So that is not where you want to be. Munkakwana now pulling away slightly from Antoine. Casey Ensel-Smith maintains the gap there between himself and Antoine's brother Gerard just behind him. Gerard Geldenhuys is putting big pressure though. He's closing the gap down on Casey Ensel-Smith, and actually just behind that looks like he's bringing along Shrin Naidu for the ride too. So we're going to have a bit of a 4-way fight there. The first 3 are on their own. 4th place, got a little bit of breathing room as Munkakwana. Here comes Gerard, has a look into turn 4, shows the wheels. Casey Ensel-Smith wasn't really showing anything in terms of flinching there. Held his line, held the race line, and continued to maintain position over the man in the second of those Abacus Division cars. So Gerard Geldenhuys now looking for a way through, wants to go and fight with his brother. He's got good drive coming out of turn 6. Oh, Ensel-Smith has to go defensive, so does Antoine. Antoine Geldenhuys goes very defensive and almost has these gearbox taken out there by the nose cone of Casey Ensel-Smith, who had to go very defensive on Gerard Geldenhuys coming out of turn 6 and 7. Now they head down towards turn 2. Can we see a difference? Oh, defensive driving from Casey to keep Gerard out. Gerard looking left, right, and can't possibly go through the centre. There's no way through there. Big gap now for Dolenchek and for Van Wheelie. 1, 2 and 3 seems to be wrapped up. 4th place possibly as well there for Siabongo Munkakwana. 5th place is where it's at this stage. It's the 2 Geldenhuys boys and Ensel-Smith fighting for that top 5 honour. Back up to the top of the hill they go. In the background also watching for Alex Voss, trying to find a way past, I think there on Andrew Schofield. 2 of them fighting on. Oh, problems for Lanphier. Lanphier runs out of gears coming out of turn 5, and that's allowed Schofield and Alex Voss through. So Storm Lanphier just missing a gear coming out of that corner, and both Alex Voss and Andrew Schofield pounced. First for Schofield, then Voss. So the Investchem boys now getting ahead, pulling away from Storm Lanphier for the Amid Engineering and Investchem Race Driver SA team. So Troy Dolenchek has just set the fastest lap. He's going to control things from the front, and I don't think he's going to be able to outgun his pace. He's really in a class of his own here at the moment in this category is young Troy Dolenchek. Van Wheelie, seasoned campaigner in single seaters, of course, in 2nd. Kutsia up to 3rd. Munkakwana maintains 4th, and the 5th place battle continues to rage here between the 2 Geldenhuys boys and Casey Ensel-Smith. Change up as they come under braking past AMG, past Gazoo Racing into Kenwood Corner. Inside line there, watch for the drive down the hill, possibly change up here as they come down onto the braking from Casey Ensel-Smith's point of view. Here comes Gerard Geldenhuys, late on the brakes. He dives in, locks up and gets up the inside line. So a change up there between Gerard Geldenhuys and Casey Ensel-Smith puts Gerard behind his brother and on the hunt for Antoine. So the 2 Abacus Division Racing boys now line astern and right behind each other as they head down towards turn 2. Antoine will have to be very wary. Gerard wants by big time. Going to try and pounce as quickly as possible. Catch Antoine off guard. Top 3 down the back straight. 4th place comes Munkakwana. Here comes the 5 spot. Gerard Geldenhuys diving on the inside as a look. No, can't quite make it stick. So it's Geldenhuys versus Geldenhuys for 5th place on track. Casey Ensel-Smith would love to ruin the day for both those boys. He's hoping that the in-house and family battle feud will sort themselves out here and possibly cause some problems of their own. They are side by side out of turn 6, heading into 7 now. inside line from Antoine. He's got the inside line. Casey Ensor-Smith is going to go with him. Ensor-Smith goes even further on the inside, but around the outside comes Gerard Gelderhuis. Gerard Gelderhuis did not have to go defensive. Antoine did, and with that, Gerard pounced. So Gerard Gelderhuis gets up the inside, around the outside, as Antoine was defending the inside from Casey Ensor-Smith. So we got a change up into the top 5 for the first time. Goes Gerard Gelderhuis. No change in that top 3 as they come onto that back straight away. Moncon Kwan is still maintaining that 4th place, and look at the gap now that he's pulled over Antoine and Gerard. Gerard going defensive, Antoine all over the back end of him. Casey Ensor-Smith has to do a bit of defensive driving on his own. He's got Shrin Naidu closing onto the back end of him as well. So Naidu now looking for a chance to pounce. He wants a bit of this action. He would love a top 5. He spoke about the possibilities of a top 5 if he could get there. And he's certainly not too far away from it. Continued fighting between those 3 ahead of him, and he'll be part and parcel of that battle heading into the closing stages. We got 1 lap to go. Can Casey Ensor-Smith get ahead of any one of the 2 Gelderhuis brothers ahead of him? Is Shrin Naidu going to be a factor at the end of this one? Whoa! Antoine Gelderhuis locking things up, getting squirrely into turn 2. Having to go so late to stay with his brother. Dolenchek heads up into turn 4. No problem at all here for this man. Sujen Property Investments car going to be taking the victory here easily by the looks of it. He's going to be beating out Nicholas Van Wheelie there for the Magnificent Paint and Hardware and Hamilton's Paintbrushes car as they come flying through into turn 7 for the last time. It's Dolenchek for another victory. He will maintain the lead in this championship. He's doing it all right here, is the man from Cape Town, even away from home at Zwartkops. Investchem Formula 1600s. It's Troy Dolenchek for the win. Nicholas Van Wheelie and Jason Kutsia, your top 3. 4th place will be Siyabonga Monkonkwana, and Gerard Gelderhuis hangs on for 5th, beating out his brother Antoine, who comes ahead of both Casey Ensor-Smith, and then following suit was Shrin Naidu. Good run there from Schofield and Foss. They will beat out Storm Lanphier, and final car across the line there will be none other than Karabo Malamela. So there are your top 12. Dolenchek with the victory, winning out over Van Wheelie, Kutsia and Monkonkwana. Gerard Gelderhuis winning the battle between his brother and Casey Ensor-Smith. Shrin Naidu not too far under there. And then it is Andrew Schofield ahead of Foss, Lanphier and Malamela. Up next is Global Touring Cars and the GTC Super Cup. We'll be back shortly. So our global touring cars are making their way onto the circuit along with the GTC SupaCup competitors as they make their way out onto the track for the first time. We managed to catch up with a couple of the drivers yesterday to see what they've got in store for us here today at their third round of the championship.
Global touring cars back at Extreme Festival's home, Zwartkops, and after a great round in Cape Town. And Rextra, what's your plans for this weekend?
Yeah, obviously it was great ending Cape Town off on a high. We've been on a bit of the back foot in these last 2 practice sessions with a few issues, but we're very confident we'll sort it out and be fighting for the win during the races.
Josh, you had a challenging time in Cape Town. Got to try and turn that luck around this weekend.
Yeah, the team have been putting lots of work into the car. I'm feeling very confident for this weekend with all the progress we have made. Just a couple of more changes, and then so far it looks like I could be racing with the front guys this weekend.
Well, that's good. So are you looking forward to that? Because if you look at the way things have gone in the first 2 practice sessions, you and your teammates are literally split by 600ths of a second.
Yeah, it's nice and close between my mates. But yeah, we're looking forward to this weekend. Ended off Cape Town also in a high, won. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this weekend. Home track for the team and myself, so we're going to do our best.
There you have it from the top 3 possible contenders here. They didn't quite end up in top 3 in the standings in terms of qualifying this morning. Saud Variawa maintains his dominance in this category for Gazoo Racing, and he set the pace on a 102.698. The first 5 cars are split by a second because Josh LaRue in 5th place is on a 103.7, I beg your pardon. So Robert Volk will be alongside Saud Variawa there on the front row. So it's basically the Toyota brands represented at the front end with Natim Samanga and Michael van Rooyen tucked in behind that. Josh LaRue and the Audi ahead of Andrew Rackstraw in the Golf. So some fun and games still to be had amongst our GTC competitors. And then there's a small break in the proceedings, of course, with a bit of a gap on the grid to Brad Liebenberg, who is there with Nathan's Motorsport and the Hype Energy GTI SupaCup, who was on pole position. He's alongside Arnie Neveling for Paget Racing and Stradale Motorsport. Then you've got Jonathan Machotsi for Volkswagen Motorsport. He'll be alongside Dominic Diaz, best qualifying for Dominic Diaz in 4th place. He outgunned Keegan Campos, who incredibly was quickest all of yesterday and just couldn't find a lap this morning in qualifying to get himself up to the front end of the GTC SupaCup class. JP van der Walt comes from a big high and victory at the Samola Hill Climb, once again taking his 3rd back-to-back Saloon Car Championship on the hill, and he comes into 6th place for the Platinum Wheels Racing team. Tata Carrello and Tate Bishop will be alongside each other there for Carrello Auto versus Angry Racing. And then it's Calvin Diaz, the second of the Diaz boys, alongside Davy van Niekerk, making a welcome return into the GTC SupaCup category for the Titan Stunts car. His teammate Paul Luthi will be behind him, and Cara Hill makes the debut for the first time for a lady in GTC SupaCup as part and parcel of today's proceedings for the Global Touring Cars and GTC SupaCup combined. What you're going to see now is, of course, the Pretoria North Toyota pulling away and dictating the pace there for the GTC 6 competitors. There will be a small break and a gap, which will be held by Brad Liebenberg, who's done it on a few occasions, having been on pole position in a SupaCup category before. He'll know exactly what to do to give a little bit of a gap, and 2 separate starts for the GTCs and the SupaCup class as we get underway here for their first heat of racing here at round 2 of the Extreme Festival. Remember, this is round 3, though, of Global Touring Cars. They started their championship at the Kyalami 9 Hour in the beginning of the year, and then went down to Cape Town for the first of the official Extreme Festival side of this championship, and this is round 2 of Extreme Festival at Zwartkops. Rolling down towards turn 1 and just getting off the line there, as you can see, side by side, Liebenberg and the Goskor and Stradale Motorsport car of Arnie Neveling. Jonathan Machotsi also had a fantastic run at the hill only a couple of weeks ago. Dominic Diaz, as I said, best qualifying for him ever. So he found something special this morning, possibly had some monster on those cornflakes and got himself sorted out there ahead of Keegan Campos. JP van der Walt, Platinum Wheels car, will definitely be in the hunt for the front end. If he can stay there with Campos and Machotsi, JP will definitely apply pressure. That Calyx car at the back, of course, is Cara Hill, and Paul Luthi will be alongside her there, the man from Scotland who's come back into South Africa once again after after missing the first 2 rounds. He'll be looking to make up some lost ground now. In fact, yesterday in one of the sessions, topped the timing for a long time in his Titan Stunts car. So watch out for Paul Luthi and his ability to get through the pack as well. There's a bit of a change up there. I'm not quite sure why Tate is so far back. Tate Bishop should be slightly higher up there, so there must have been some kind of infringement or some kind of an issue there on the Angry Racing car for him to be at the back of the pack alongside Clara Hill. So maybe there was something that was decided in between qualifying and this first heat start. Time to take up positions. Saud Variawa has been absolutely dominant here, but he's got a multiple SA champion on his left-hand side, and that is the Investchem Chemical Logistics WCT Racing Corolla of Robert Volk. So it's Corolla versus 4 of the fellow competitors out of the Gazoo Racing stable and Toyota stable. Looks like there's a bit of an issue there as well. I'm just waiting to see where Rackstraw's got to. It looks like Rackstraw's taken the line or taken the start. He's fallen back or out of harm's way, and he's now completely off the circuit. So Rackstraw not even on track as GDCs make their way down towards turn 2. We watch for the start now from the SupaCup class. Action into turn 2, banging, and it's Saud Variawa trying to find a way through there on Volk. Volk trying to go around the outside as they come into turn 3. GDC SupaCup into turn 2. Line astern, basically side-by-side action, staying almost exactly the way they qualified. And as they come now onto that back straightaway, there's an inside line coming out of Ari Neveland. Arnie Neveland could possibly steal the day there from Brad Liebenberg. Exactly what Robert Volk is trying to do here from Saud Variawa. Variawa's on the inside line. He's going to have that inside line heading into turn 5. His teammate's going to try and follow him through there. Looks like Natim Samanga and Van Rooyen were side by side. Volk has been spun out. Volk spins out at the top of the hill. A little touch there between Variawa and Volk. And he's on the inside, on the grass. GDC SupaCup coming past Robert Volk. It's Brad Liebenberg, still side by side, incredibly there with Arnie Neveland. Tata Corello side by side with Davy Finikak. As they come through there, Tanya Almentani having a fantastic run. And here comes Arnie Neveland, trying to find a way through, but it's Machotsi who's putting the pressure on as well. Jonathan Machotsi, Arnie Neveland, all fighting hard there with Brad Liebenberg. So it's Nathan's Motorsport, 1 and 2 as they cross the line. Sudale Motorsport and the Goscore car into 3rd. Campos is 4. Behind him it's Diaz. Diaz has got his brother by the looks of things tucked in behind that. So Calvin making up some big ground as they got into the start here of race 1 of the GDCs. Natim Zamanga. Formation flying for Gazoo Race. Whoa! There goes a flying Audi. Absolutely sideways from Josh LaRue. Something must have broken on that car for him to get that out of shape into turn 4. So we got Saud Variawa, Natim Samanga, Michael Van Rooyen. Gazoo Racing train absolutely hauling through here and no competition whatsoever from any of the other teams. They head down towards turn 8. Pressure coming on to Natim Samanga from Michael Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen looking for a way past the 2 Corollas, fighting hard. They come into turn 1 again. This is amazing stuff here from these guys, and they really are not holding back here. Then we go further back into the pack. They're looking at the back end of that lead pack of GDCs. It's Liebenberg who continues to control things from the front end. At Veloci and Campos Racing car in 4th place, trying to close down on Neveling. He's got pressure coming from Diaz. In fact, it looks like it might be the Platinum Wheels car who's moved up there slightly of JP Van der Walt. So Van der Walt having some fun and games as well, just outside of that top 6 battle for GDC SupaCup. Trying to find a way through there, but it is an amazing start, as I said there, coming out of the 7 car. Keep an eye out on the pressure that is being applied on his brother Calvin, and looking for a way to close in on Dom. Dom and Calvin fighting hard, and they are just outside of that top 4 battle. So 5th place is where it's at right now. Joining that 5th place party is JP Van der Walt, behind Van der Walt. As you can see now, pressure coming from, by the looks of it there, Tata Corello. Then it's Paul Luthi. Paul Luthi ahead of Tate Bishop at this point too. Campos trying to make up the ground. Can he do anything about these guys as they come across the line? It's the Hype Energy Nathan's Motorsport car of Brad Liebenberg who's getting away from the rest of this pack. He's got Jonathan Machotsi on his tail. Natim Zamanga continues to hold off and fend off the attack coming from the hatchback version of that Gazoo Racing stable, and that's Michael van Rooyen, of course, in the hatch. He's in a similar car to what Sauer Variawa's got. Chatted to Michael in Cape Town saying the hatches battle a little bit more with the ability to provide the traction at the back end of the car compared to the Corolla. They found it on a similar vein to what Volkswagen Motorsport used to have with the Golfs, and their ability in a straight line is affected by that smaller hatch at the back compared to the saloon car style of the Corolla. But it doesn't seem to be affecting Sauer Variawa, because at this point in time he's just dominating things. JP van der Walt trying to close down on Calvin Diaz. Machotzi under pressure from Arnie Neveling as they went into turn 8. Further back, Luti now under a bit of pressure by the looks of it. Yes, diving on the inside there. And is it a change up from the Angry Racing point of view? No. Now still side by side as they come across the line. Paul Luti just hangs on for now to keep out Tate Bishop in the Angry Racing car. Caddick's car behind that is Cara Hill. Cara Hill now looking for a way to get into this little fight between the second of the Titan Stunts cars there, the man all the way from Scotland. So he's travelled the longest, but he's having an absolute blast of it at the back end of the field, fighting hard there with Cara Hill and with Tate Bishop. Bishop's got the inside line onto that back straightaway. Looks like he might make it stick here. Yes, he does. Into turn 4, Bishop moves up one place. Runs a bit wide, Luti comes back at him. Oh, Luti's going to have a go in turn 5. He is side by side and placed perfectly to be later on the brakes. And has he been able to make it stick? It looks like he has. Oh, they're side by side out of turn 5. In fact, running wide is Tate Bishop, and here comes Cara Hill. She'll take a bite of that pie. Thanks for coming. So dives on the inside, and Bishop drops to the back. Great fight here. Back end of 12 cars, and they're still fighting as hard as what they are at the front. Turns the favour down into turn 8. Bishop gets back ahead. Natim Samanga continues to control things ahead of his teammate Michael van Rooyen for second in the GTCs. Gazoo Racing must be loving this. They are 1, 2, 3 as they go past the headquarters on the left-hand side of the drivers on the right-hand side of our shot. Down the hill into turn 8. Perfect timing here from Michael van Rooyen, possibly just waiting to pounce. Doesn't want to go too soon. If he does go too early, the problem that you're going to see there is Michael van Rooyen might not be able to keep out Natim Samanga. And Samanga, coming off a fantastic run only a couple of weekends ago at the Somali Hill Climb, is certainly knowing exactly what he needs to do here in Global Touring Cars. So at this point in time, he hangs on, keeping out the Rustenburg Rocket. And that Rocket has got no answer to Samanga at this point. So as they get onto that back straightaway, let's see what he can do about Michael van Rooyen and keeping him behind. Everything done to perfection here from Sauer Variawa's point of view. He continues to control things from the front end, and he's pulled about a second and a half now ahead of his two teammates. You heard me mention, if you listened to the interview at the beginning of the show, beginning of this race, in qualifying and in practice, these three cars were split by less than 1/100th of a second. That's how close and evenly matched they've got these cars at Gazoo Racing. And it's basically up to the driver now to go and do what they need to do to ensure that they can have the victory. Red wing mirrors is Variawa. White wing mirrors is Samanga. Black wing mirrors is the Rustenburg Rocket. And that is Michael van Rooyen. So they head down into turn 2 again. They're into the latter part of this first heat of GTCs. Losing Rackstraw, losing the Audi of the hard charge of Josh LaRue initially. And of course losing Robert Volk is a massive, massive hit to the GTCs at the front end. Diaz making a mistake out of turn 8. Van der Valten's going to pounce. He does. So Calvin Diaz drops back one position. JP Van der Walt says, I'll have that. Looks like he might have just missed a gear out of turn 8. Comes straight back at JP though. Platinum wheels versus the Chemi car. And it looks like he might be having a little bit of issue with gears there as well, because he wasn't quite able to get the drive out of turn 2. You can see him just dropping away now from JP Van der Walt as Van der Walt tries to pull up to the back end of his brother's bumper. Behind that, Donnie Van Niekerk bringing along Tata Carello. I think Carello went for a game of paddle this morning. He went for about 7 yesterday, and now he's concentrating on possibilities of getting slightly higher up in GTC SupaCup. Comes into the top of the hill. This is where, of course, that top of the hill challenge will happen next year. with Zwartkops introducing a time attack hill climb style adventure in 2024. The 2024 Top of the Hill Challenge coming your way. Make sure you stay tuned to social media for more announcements about that. Right now, Donnie is not worried about social media. He's worried about the fact that he can possibly get ahead of Diaz and put a bit of breathing room between himself and Tata Carrello. Carrello in the 100 Carrello Auto car, absolutely flying right now. In fact, slightly quicker than Donnie van Niekerk on that last pass. So he's closed the gap down ever so slightly on van Niekerk. Remember, Donnie van Niekerk is also making a welcome return after missing the first 2 rounds. He was on international stunt duties for some movies being shot in the UK and Scotland, and now comes back into the fray for the hunt for GTC Super Cup. So as they come flying into turn 1, it's Gazoo Racing 1, 2 and 3 formation flying here and starting to close onto the back end of what is now the GTC Super Cup tail enders. So that tail end battle about to be caught by the lead cars. Saud Variawa will probably have his lights ablaze, warning the slower cars that he's coming. Blue flags will start to wave, and in fact, one of the cars they're coming up on is the return of Robert Volk. So Robert Volk is about to be caught lapped. He's still going to be classified if he gets enough laps in here, though, and he'll still score points then if he is classified. So good effort there from the WCT team to get Volk back on track to ensure they can possibly still score some points. I saw a change of surface flag there as well going into turn 5. And that was Michael van Rooyen getting a little bit out of shape there, possibly catching whatever that change of surface was called for. So van Rooyen now, as we see Saud Varia on the inside of Volk. Volk's not going to fight that one. He realizes that if he just slots in behind these guys, they will open up the path for him, and he can still finish up in 4th place on track with the demise of LaRue and Rackstraw. So it's now Gazoo Racing heading towards turn 2. Naitium Samanga goes inside of Volk. Van Rooyen follows him through, and Volk will now slot in behind them and use them as the blockers. Volk with a bit of puff of smoke out of that car as he came out of turn 2. Back to the lead of GTC Super Cup, and no change there. Mafotsi still in 2nd, Neveling still in 3rd, and leading it is the Hype Energy Nathan's Motorsport car, Brad Liebenberg. So Liebenberg, Mafotsi from Neveling, from Campos. Campos now just also doesn't seem to have an answer there to that top 3. Dominic Diaz, as I said, fantastic run from him. This is definitely going to be his highest finish ever in a GTC Super Cup car. And the Kemi Carrello car is having a super run. His brother had a phenomenal start. Just losing out now to JP van der Walt as they come onto that back straight away. So JP, we're going to finish up in the top 5 overall if he can, and catch the back end of that Kemi Carrello car. They head to the top of the hill. Gaps have opened up here between the Super Cup competitors. JP van der Walt has actually just driven in front of my commentary booth. So I was trying to pick up on where he was a little bit earlier on in that lap, and it seems he's got a bit of a problem there on the Platinum Wheels GTI Super Cup car. So he's had to pull back into the pit box here, just outside of our commentary booth. So that is going to move Calvin Diaz back up into 6th place. We're on the final lap. It's Saud Variawa who's done it all right from the word go, leading things out and controlling things. Michael van Rooyen has tried to find a way past on Naitium Samanga. I don't think he's found a way past yet, as the leader comes up onto the back end now of Cara Hill. So it is Cara Hill who moves out the way. Saud Variawa comes down to the line. Checkered flag will be on standby. Here it comes. First win for GTCs today goes to Gazoo Racing's Saud Variawa. Naitium Samanga, and formation flying for Gazoo Racing sees Michael van Rooyen finish up in 3rd place. So it'll be Robert Volk will come through for 4th, although he's a couple of laps down, hopefully enough to be classified. It should be enough though. I think he got 10 laps in, so 10 laps should give him enough to classify him for 4th place and get those 4th place points. Down the hill comes the battle for 2nd. They're not going to catch Brad Liebenberg. Hype Energy and Nathan's Motorsport are going to take the victory here in the GTC Super Cup Race 1, ahead of Nathan's Motorsport and Volkswagen Motorsport Driving Academy's Jonathan Machotsi. He beats out the Gosco Stradale Motorsport car of Arnie Neveling for the top 3 in the GTC Super Cup class. Great drive from both the Diaz boys and from Donnie van Niekerk making a welcome return. He beats out Tata Carrello across the line and wraps up what is Global Touring Cars and GTC Super Cup combined. Saud Variawa, Naitium Samanga, Michael van Rooyen, And, well, he's not classified there, but it would be Robert Volk, the car in shot, in 4th place for GDCs. 1st place and 4th overall on track. Brad Liebenberg beats out Jonathan Mahotzi, Arnie Neveling, Keegan Campos ahead of Dominic and Calvin Diaz, Donny Finicco, Toto Carello, and Paul Luthi. Good run there from Cara Hill. She'll be finishing up just behind Paul Luthi and finishes her first race as well for ladies joining us for the first time in the GTC Super Cup. Up next, we go slightly different. Yes, it's not only extreme festival action here this weekend. We've got some action on track with a grid walk, and we're also going to get a chance to see some Super Drift action here for the first time in a long time. Super Drift, of course, was born here at Zwartkops, and Mike and Jim and their team from the Super Drift category have come to entertain us here today as well as part of our lunch break entertainment. We'll be back shortly with all of that. Well, folks, as you can see, just on track there, we're getting cars out onto the circuit for various activities. One, of course, is going to be a grid walk and fan walk. We're going to be having cars down at turn 4 as well, and then the Super Drift cars will be up between turns 4 and 7, putting on a demonstration as well at the same time. So lots to see and do. I'm just waiting for Paul to come to me to confirm whether or not we're going to be covering some of that Super Drift action, or we're just going to be watching for some views and footage of it, because I believe I've also got to get down onto the main straight there for some interviews on the grid walk. No problem. So it looks like we are going to get a little bit of the Super Drift action your way before we head down onto the grid to do some good interviews. So just to give you a heads up, this is Super Drift. Of course, keeping it sideways is the way they like to do it. And as soon as we get some visuals there, we'll run into who's who in the zoo there. But basically, Mikey Skelton and Big Jim McFarlane were two of South Africa's finest drifters, or are two of South Africa's finest drifters that started this whole Super Drift initiative a couple of seasons ago. And in fact, I think it's over 12 or 15 years ago that they were here at Zwartkops for the very first time to show off exactly what Super Drift is all about. And they brought a couple of their friends from all around the country and all over the world. In fact, Mozambique can come in to join us as well, as it's fantastic to have Zanil Sitar here in his Nissan S15. So as soon as we get some visuals, we can let you know exactly what's happening there on the Super Drift demonstration. Part and parcel here of round 2 of the Extreme Festival. All right, so up on the top of the hill, you can see our first bit of action that we can pick up here. It is fantastic to see these guys going at it. As you can see there, the 05 car, that is a super run so far, so good. And as they're coming in here, well, they've got numbers on their cars, but it doesn't coincide with what we've got on our entry list. So picking up on the action here for Super Drift, and two of the cars making their way down there. It looks like that might have been Austin Kruger and one of the Van Eysen boys. So great to have them here as part and parcel of round 2 of the Extreme Festival. We've got, of course, a whole bunch of them lined up on the side there. You can see them all waiting to go and lining up to get themselves ready to start the Super Drift demonstration. They're going to run through turn 5, 6, 7, and then all the way down to the slip road between 7 and 8. As you can see, the shortcut is the return route for our Super Drift competitors. So they are basically parked on the sideline. They're all itching to go, all having an opportunity to get up there and entertain the crowds here at Zwartkops. It's nice to see that Super Drift have made a welcome return here to Zwartkops. As I said earlier on, it's the very first time Super Drift ever took place was here at Zwartkops. It was actually on an Extreme Festival day, or it might have even been on a Super Series day, in fact, if I go back that long ago. And it was an opportunity for Super Drift to be part and parcel of that. They actually ran the Extreme Festival or Super Series day as per usual, and then ran Super Drift into the night. And on that occasion, if I recall correctly, it was very difficult to get in and out of the circuit for spectators coming to watch the Super Drift arriving late and missing the day's action, and of course spectators that were here for the day's action trying to go home. The idea, of course, with drifting is these cars need to be as close to each other as possible. So those two are a little bit too far apart there for my liking if I'm commentating on a Super Drift event. You need to be almost door to door, wing mirror to wing mirror, and tailpiece to tailpiece as you go through the corners. The closer you get, the bigger points you score in terms of the judging. And of course the higher speed you carry is also a big factor that has to be taken into account. So having a look at some of the entries there, of course, heading up to the top now. Just trying to pick up on who these guys could be. As I said, I've got names, but I don't have numbers, and I don't have any of the information other than the names. So if I can try and spot something on the side that gives me some kind of indication. That is Austin. So that, of course, is Austin Kruger, a multiple champion in his own right in the world of spinning as opposed to drifting, but he's also taken up the drifting side of things now as well, and he's fighting hard there. By the looks of things there, that was just trying to pick up on that blue and matte black color. Possibly going to be is that Shane Ferreira? Maybe possibly Shane Ferreira. Well, as these guys are now flying through here, getting to see some of the back end of these guys, let's go and pick up on some of these guys involved there. We managed to catch up with Big Jim McFarlane, as well as with Joey Govender and the man from Mozambique, Zaniel Sitar. Let's catch up with him.
It's great to have Super Drift back here at Zwartkops. It's been a while since we got some cars getting sideways up at the top of the hill. I'm sure that your entire team and everybody you've brought along for the Jaw tomorrow is going to be putting on a show as you always do.
That's what we do as Super Drift. We come here, we put on a show, and it's nice to say, I'm going to say this with great joy, it's nice to be back home, to the home of Super Drift. This is where we started Super Drift and grew it into what it's become. It is so nice to come back to the home of Super Drift, and hopefully a lot more. We've got the likes of Zaniel from Mozambique. Joey's been around since the good old days, and it's so nice to be on this tarmac that it brings back so many memories. But we had to put on a show, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We've got 12 of the best drifters in this country, putting it side by side, door to door. It's going to be insane.
As close as you can get it, Jerry. That's what you've got to do on this track, eh?
I presume so. That's what Jim wants us to do, and the judges want us to do. It's my first time out here at this track. I haven't drifted here before, but it seems like a very nice, flowing, high-speed track.
Are you looking forward to the challenge?
Yeah, why not? It's a chore.
All the way from Mozambique, so coming through and going to be enjoying yourselves with the boys from down south. What's the plans to take them on and possibly be the top man at the end of the day?
For sure, as Jim was saying, we've been here. This is the home of Super Drift. This is where we all started. This is not my first time being here. when we started Super Drift, I was also here. I was part of this family. I'm still part of the family, and I just want to thank you guys to welcome us here. And we just want to put a big show, and we want to take Super Drift more and more to South Africa.
Well, there you have it. They said they were going to bring the show, and they certainly have. Big Jim out there as well, starting to get that 350Z of his a bit sideways too. It's fantastic to have him here. He's part and parcel, of course, of the Monster Energy and Avery Dimension Sharpline Graphics and Motul team, as they get to show exactly what the sport of Super Drift is all about. His teammate will be out there as well. That's Mikey Skelton. Andre Liebrandt will be there as well. And as I said, the idea with these guys is to get up close and personal, as close to the other car as possible. Carry the corner speed, carry good speed up the hill and into both of the drifting areas that are available there. You've got turn 5, turn 6, the double right-hander, and turn 7 to try and get as close to the car in front of you as possible and stay sort of door to door as much as you can. I see this little BMW E90 out there as well, which I'm having a look at. I think it's way down there. Got Ernest Davies in an E46 with a Toyota 1.5 JZ on underneath the bonnet. The guys just getting a little bit sideways, enjoying all the action that they've seen so far here, and of course I'm going to try and get some of that drone footage to show you guys a bit later on in the show too. Hopefully we can get that downloaded and put onto the screen at some point during the day. But I hope you've enjoyed all the action so far here with us at round 2 of the Extreme Festival. We are at the home not only of Super Drift, but at the home of Extreme Festival as well for round 2 of this championship for 2023. Now you'll see the cars change up in position. Lead car changes to the opposite car in that run. So this time out will be the 350Z that leads things into turn 5 and 6. Oh, onto the grass. That's not what you want to be doing. Definitely not going to go onto the grass. That's going to cost him big time in terms of scoring in a Super Drift event, if it was an official Super Drift event, of course. There's a lot of people that have run up to the side there of Kenwood Corner to ensure that they can see all this action. Super Drift have got their own fan base, and of course they're here not only to watch entertainment provided by Super Drift, but of course also by the Extreme Festival. Nice hand in hand and nice collaboration here between Super Drift and the team from Extreme Festival. As you heard from Big Jim, he's very happy to be back at the home where they started this out only a couple of years ago. And if you have been following the sport of drifting all around the world, it is one of the biggest growing sports in the world of motorsport. Here in South Africa, it goes side by side, I would say, with the world of spinning. Spinning and drifting, very similar, but of course slightly different in terms of the way that they scored and the way that they are able to go and have fun with each other, like they're having a ride out there now. That's the way to do it. Joey getting sideways. Joey coming up 180 degrees and lights that tailpiece up. I think it's Rion Stokes that's out there with Joey. So a nice little run there from them, but Joey just looped it out, which of course would have cost him dearly in a full-on Super Drift run. The loudest white man in South African soil, or on African soil, and Vic Podell in the Auto Style and So South BMW. That's not how you do it, Vic. Running up into turn 5 and locking those wheels up the wrong way around to go into turn 5's drift. Big Jim sideways. Vic gets it sideways. Now that's the way you do it, Vic. So a man who would normally be on a microphone for these kind of events, loving life as being part of Super Drift's demonstration here today at Zwartkops. So the loudest white boy on African soil, showing that he can not only do it on a microphone, but he can do it in a race car as well. Maybe Joey and Vic need to go and speak to Robert Volk. Show him what he needs to do to get out of turn 5 and not loop it out completely. Just saw him drive through in front of my commentary booth here, so he should be good to go for the second heat later on. And we've also got some action down on the grid coming up straight after this. This demonstration here from Super Drift. That's better, Joey. Getting close, and this is a nice run from these two. As I said, I think that's Rion Stokes who's there with him, looking good as they go through turn 5 and 6 and 9 to 7. And trying to keep up close and personal, that's the idea. You've got to stay as close to the car on track with you as possible. Try and carry as much speed as you can. That's what the Autostyle BMW is doing there, Vic Podal. And he's there side by side. I think that's with Big Jim. I think it actually might be Mikey. It's Mikey, I think. Mikey and Vic there side by side. Up close and personal there between the 350Z and the E90BM. And off the circuit goes Mikey Skelton. He just runs across the grass. It does mean we're going to need a little bit of a circuit cleanup, I think, after this, which is one of the reasons we've waited until they are complete before we get into the proceedings for the grid and then the next part of the circuit racing side of things this weekend. Stokes now leading the group between these two. Joey going to follow him through. Joey Govender light in the back end up there. And that is a super run there from that Nissan S13. He's got the Toyota 2JZ in it. So running past Toyota's Gazoo Racing HQ. Not a bad engine to have underneath the bonnet of that Nissan S13 200SX. Partnering up different cars, as you can see. Might be Eric Eisen in there. As I said, possibilities here of Shane Ferreira. That's the way you do it. The car in front of you loops out, gets the brakes on and handbrake on to create as much smoke as possible, and you just keep yours sideways and T-bone locked in, but not quite touching the car that you're going to battle with there in Super Drift. Looks like something might be a bit of a problem there on that carbon and light blue machine. It did look like it wasn't quite according to plan there as he came out of turn 7. Fantastic to have Mikey Skelton, Jim McFarlane, Andre Liebrandt, Eric and Jonathan Van Eysen, Austin Kruger, Rion Stokes, Joey Govender, Patrick Toussaint, Ernest Davies, Shane Ferreira, Zanil Sitar, and I believe Jason Webb was supposed to be here, but it doesn't look like he has got to today's function, unfortunately. The man from Monster Energy in the 247 Race Fuels Roush Mustang. Him and I had a lot of fun on the hill at Samola only a couple of weekends ago. He was doing some spinning around me while we were doing live commentary at the track as well, so it would have been lovely to have him here, but I don't think Jay has made it out here for today's demonstration. So it looks like the marshal's having to do some work on that car. Possibilities of a bit of flame under the bonnet. So while that car's being sorted out, the partner car will get a sole run, all on his own, not having to do anything other than just get through the proceedings of that run to move through. Cones are placed in position. Remember to get the cars as close to those cones as possible is also the idea. They're not just out there to demarcate the track. Those cones are placed specifically to ensure you can try and get your car as close to that cone as possible while on the run. Stokes hitting the cone. That's going to be a costly one if it was a competition. And behind him, it's Vic Podal. Too shabby there from the loudest white boy on African soil. Getting that E90 sideways. Not quite as close to what he needs to be, though. It's got to be a little bit closer to that Nissan if he wants to be taking the run. You can see on the sideline there, Big Jim out the car, giving them a round of applause as they come to take another run at it. This time they'll swap lanes. Podal gets the drop this time, heads into turn 5 in the E90 BMW Auto Style sponsored car. And he's got it sideways. Very close to that cone. That's good driving here from these two. Nice precision stuff here from our two drifters. And from the south side crew there, leading the way as they go into turn 6 and 7. That's a real good example of how a drift run should look. Very close, tight formation between the two cars. Lots of smoke, lots of noise. Good speed as well. I mean a little bit too much speed though, because Podal's pulled to the left-hand side now. Has he got a problem? As Joey now steps up again. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, that could be the man from Mozambique who's there with him as well. So Zanil Satar and Joey Govender, they're now going to set the track alight. So that looks like that might be wrapping things up here for our demonstration from the Super Drift Series. Born in 2009 and now back at Zwartkops for a welcome return for Big Jim and his prodigal sons. Certainly looks like the crowds up the top end of the field and on top of the hill are enjoying all of this Super Drift Series action.
Oh boy. Oh, I'm hungry now. touch.
Time to be on standby as G&H Transport Extreme Supercars make their way out onto the grid for the second time today. And is there going to be any answer from Trans-Africa Racing and the Stradale Motorsport team to the power of Scribanti Racing? That Porsche was very quick in a straight line. I wonder what they've done to see if they can get Jonathan du Toit, who's now in pole position, a chance to take on Franco Scribanti and go 1 for 1 in terms of supercar action here today at Zwartkops and round 2 of the Extreme Festival. We certainly hope you guys enjoyed all the action that we had on track with our Super Drift Series demonstration. Big thanks to Jim and Mike and all the team for coming to be part and parcel of the on-track entertainment during our lunch break. Unfortunately, we didn't get the cars on track for the grid walk as planned. There was too much track cleanup required with our drifters, so we weren't able to get the scheduled grid walk sorted out. But we'll have that, I'm sure, by the time we go racing again later on in the year. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars will be followed by CompCare Polo Cup, the second heat of Gazoo Racing Cup, Investchem Formula 1600s, another heat of supercars before we get into GTCs and GTC SupaCup, and our last race of the day, the third and final heat of CompCare Polo Cup. And that's how it goes for now. Let's see if we can keep it all together on the black stuff for these cars, because it's an expensive outing if you want to put one of these on the sideline. Just ask Jonathan du Toit, who went off track on the last lap, on the last attempt to get through on the Porsche on the outside of this corner right here, turn 8. And where that cone is in the shot there, he went off track there and broke the front splitter, so they've had to do some damage repair there down at Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport. See a couple more people have joined us there from the East London crowd, and a couple more we have from Johannesburg and all around the world. Wazzy Tamlin's here, so is Khoya Moira, but it's Khoya afternoon to you, Moira. Where's the coffee? Coffee would go down right now. Tell you, even if we had the lunch break, the lunch didn't arrive, so it's going to be fun and games, but we'll get through it anyway. Let's see if we get into the second warm-up lap now, with Jonathan du Toit going to be dictating the pace off the line this time, as opposed to the Porsche of Franco Scribanti. However, we did see in the first heat that Scribanti's Porsche in a straight line is untouchable. Is there going to be a little bit of a turn up and a tweak in the power available from that GT3 Hurricane Lamborghini of Jonathan du Toit? At the back end, that's Jimbo Giannacaro in the Lamborghini Trofeo. A fellow Trofeo driver is this weekend his arch rival in terms of this championship, and that will be Charles Orangis in the OCC Lamborghini Trofeo as well. So nice to see an array of vehicles out there. Porsches, Lamborghinis, listen, GT-R35, Audi R8, GT3s and GT4s, Lamborghini Hurricane, Lamborghini Trofeos. Hopefully we've got BMW back. I'm just looking through that field. No, it doesn't look like that combined racing BMW of Paulo Loureiro is back on track. But we do have one of the two Loti, and that is Peter Joubert in the AMG-powered Lotus Elise. So Jono comes round. Angelo, how's it going, buddy? Thanks for joining us. Franco's got lots of power in that Porsche, that's for sure. He's not even running it at full boost as they head down towards turn 1 with the lights going out. Is it going to be du Toit? No, this time it's Franco Scribanti on the inside, who's looking to try and outgun du Toit into turn 2. And it looks like he might have just done that. He has. Gianni Giannacaro tucks in right behind du Toit as they go into turn 2. Nice move there from Mo Mia on the inside of Peter Joubert, keeping out Marius Jackson in the second of the Audis. And then right on his tail, you can see some maneuvering through that pack with Nicky Dix, trying to get the curve end Porsche slightly higher up. Here comes a move from Marc du Toit, inside line, finds a way past there on Charles Orangis. Orangis, as I said, piloting that OCC Paget Racing Lamborghini Trofeo this weekend, as opposed to his usual steed, which of course is what Marc du Toit is in. So du Toit now stepping up into that R8 GT3 Spect Audi, and having some fun at the moment. Speaking of fun, well, it's Toys R Us fun that Mo Mia is having. He's got his toy in amongst other boys' toys out there. Nameless, well, speaking of toys, one of them is that Lotus Elise powered by the AMG Mercedes-Benz engine of Peter Joubert. It's the all-yellow car coming through shot in a few seconds' time. He's just ahead of Marius Jackson, tucked in behind that Toys R Us 997 Porsche. And then behind that, you can see the Corvette Porsche of Nicky Dix, who's bringing, by the looks of it, Joseph Ellerine along for the ride as well. Behind that, Uli Sana and, of course, Jimbo Giannicaro make up the 16 cars on track. Flying through and into what is now the top end of the circuit. This is where the top of the hill challenge will happen next year. Angelo's joined us, so is Vic. Big welcome to you, buddy. Hope you're enjoying it from the couch in race control. That's what we like to see. You get to see the race action more on the live stream than you do if you're sitting just looking outside that race control window. So our race control guys doing a superb job to keep us on time. We started exactly on time here for part 2 of the day's racing. Bucketless Racing Dodge Viper with Chris Budnick behind the wheel, sitting in 4th place, comfortable at the moment. Got a bit of a gap over Mark de Toy in the R8. Then it's Charles Orangi's second pack, led out at this stage now by Mo Mia. Mo's got ahead of Ricky Giannicaro, pulling away slightly there from Peter Joubert. Jackson on Joubert's tail as they head towards 2. The MJR Audi closing in rapidly, but also being put under a bit of pressure from the Corvette Porsche. Nicky Dix just dives on the inside. They had a look to get through on Action Jackson, but Jackson shut the door. No, Marius is battling with a right elbow injury, so he's not 100% fit for this weekend. And needless to say, has got in the car and got out there to try and secure as many points as he can with his slight injury. Late on the brakes up to the top of the hill, trying to close down on the back end of that Stormbreaker Hurricane of Ricky Giannicaro, GT3 Spec Lamborghini Hurricane. Heads down the hill now behind the hard charge from Peter Joubert and Jackson. Jackson feeling a bit more pressure from that Porsche behind him as well. You can see all of a sudden some maneuvering coming there from Nicky Dix. As he smells a bit of blood in the water, it's got some Audi taste to it. Close them down heading to turn 2. Ricky Giannicaro's opened up a bit more of a margin now. G&H Transport Man doing it all right. Trying to get the gap back again to Mo Mia, who's got away slightly in the Toys R Us Porsche. As they go through turn 4, that's Mark de Toy, Paget Racing, Stradale Motorsport, and Trans Africa Racing, Audi R8. No answer to the V10 powered Bucketless Racing Dodge Viper. However, the Viper is definitely closing things down there on Gianni Giannicaro. Another lap down, we've got 8 to go. So 4 completed so far for Franco. And Franco's got down to a 59.1. Not the fastest saloon car ever around here, but that is certainly a relatively fast pace around this circuit. Anything under 60 seconds on this track, you know what you're doing in a race car. 59.7 out of Jonathan de Toy. 102s at the moment coming out of Gianni Giannicaro, so not liking the afternoon sun as opposed to the morning session where Giannicaro was literally just off the 59-second bracket to the tune of a couple of hundredths of a second. So maybe these changeable conditions and the slightly hotter track temperatures are making it a bit more difficult for Gianni to carry the pace he had early this morning in qualifying and heat number 1. Charles continues to battle on there for possibilities of 3rd place overall in the GT3 class. They've got another heat later on, so it's not all done just yet. Maybe these guys are thinking about that. There's very good possibilities that some strategy will come into play here. Not push too hard in the second heat, maybe keep a little bit of tyre for the 3rd and final heat, and then give it everything they can. Try and score as many points as possible in this championship. One car that's missing, of course, from yesterday's practice sessions is the other Joubert Lotus. It's the Honda-powered Exige of Charles Joubert. We chatted to him at the start of the show, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like he was able to get that car sorted out in time to get it back on track. Some kind of electrical gremlin in the car just wouldn't fire up. Budnick is certainly closing on the back end of that Bisc Logistics R35. Gianni Giannicaro. Giannicaro will be watching those rear mirrors just to make sure that Budnick doesn't get too close with 5 to go. 7 laps down and 5 laps to go now for Gianni Giannicaro to try and keep Chris Budnick behind him. But Nick is definitely closing that gap down. It is visibly closer between those two cars into turn 2. As I said, though, maybe Gianni playing the strategy game here, wanting to try and hang in there and keep some tyres for the end of the day's racing. The third last race of the day will get GNH Transport Extreme Supercars back on track. They've literally got 3 heats before they're back on circuit. So you don't want to be doing any damage to these cars, and I think that's why possibly Franco and Jono might be easing up slightly, although, as I say, that Jono's not easing up at all. Jono's actually putting the pressure on. The last time Jonathan du Toit did this, he was fighting with, of course, Charles Arangis as his teammate, and the two of them put enough pressure onto Franco for Jono to squeeze through in the closing stages and actually take a victory. So is that the same kind of tactic that Jonathan du Toit is using here now in this, their third round of the championship? He'll now look to just keep that pressure on. Coming up in the back markers, that might help him out as well. Louis Sonner's going to be no issue at all there for Scribanti up into turn 5. We've got a change up here. No, it stays the same. Oh no, we do. Dix is through. Nicky Dix has got ahead now and moved up ahead of Marius Jackson. So Jackson possibly feeling the wears and tears of that right elbow injury. There are 5 right-handers and 3 left-handers on the circuit, so yeah, turning in the right-hand side of the car, you're certainly going to feel it, even with power steering and all the electronic aids that Audi has. You still have to be able to steer the car. You still have to muscle around this 2.1k circuit here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Peter Jabert hangs on for a possibility of just inside the top 10. Looking for single digits, that's for sure, if he can get them. But Nick, yet again, just watching him just ever so slightly easing closer and closer to the back end of the Godzilla ahead of him. The R35 is a superb race car, and Gianni, now having got to grips with it, knows exactly what its capabilities are. I chatted to him this morning just before they did their driver's briefing, and he was saying that he just missed out on that elusive 59-second lap that he wants. As I said, with these conditions, it might not be ideal. Maybe later on, with some fresh rubber, if he's got it. I know him and his dad Jimbo were chatting to the guys from Dunlop to see if they can maybe put some Dunlop tyres onto those cars. So, du Toit now. He applies pressure out of turn 2, but as they get onto that back straightaway, just watch the Porsche pull away. Absolutely amazing to see top end speed there of that Porsche, and he can roll out easily into turn 4 and not have any problems whatsoever in terms of pressure from Jonathan du Toit. Du Toit has certainly pushed hard, but he just doesn't seem to have an answer to the straight line speed of the Porsche. He closes in on the tight stuff here through the twisties up at turn 6 and 7. He's able to use the electronics and the driver aids that Lamborghini gives him, but unfortunately it's not enough to get through and past the Porsche. Gianni in third place up to turn 5. That's the gap between second and third place. Gianni Giannacaro in third is turning into turn 6 as 1 and 2 already down in turn 2. So it's almost half a lap ahead of the third place car. Brother Mark enjoying life for the first time out in the Paget Racing, Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport Audi. Comes down under braking into turn 8. Smoothly done there from du Toit. Certainly knows his way around here, having done about a gazillion laps around this track in his racing career. But he's also lost out some ground there to Budnik in the Dodge Viper. Joseph Ellerine in the GT4 Spec R8. About to be passed now by Franco Scribanti and du Toit. Scribanti going on the inside, going to go defensive, going to try and use these back markers if he can. That's probably why he backed out of it ever so slightly there. Trying to use the back markers to his advantage. Du Toit going to do the same thing. Blue flags waving there for Joseph Ellerini. He holds the outside line and the two quicker cars dive on his inside. They're about to catch the second Audi just up the road. That's the GT3 spec machine of Marius Jackson. But du Toit is all over the back end of that Porsche, looking for a way past. But yet again, onto that back straightaway, just an additional little squirt, and the Porsche's gone. Jonathan du Toit's got to try and find a way through. That's the last lap. Can he use Jackson to his advantage? Is the Porsche going to get through there on Marius Jackson? Jackson goes inside. I should say, Scribante goes inside of Jackson, I beg your pardon, as he gets up into turn 5, and that should be enough. He'll now just go defensive all the way around. We saw du Toit have a valiant effort there, which ended up in a bit of battle scars into the final corner. This time again, Scribante goes defensive, holds that inside line. Franco across the line, and another victory. 2 out of 2 for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars for Scribante Racing and Franco Scribante in the general. Porsche in first. Second is the Lamborghini Huracan, waiting for Gianni Giannacaro to come down across the line in the R35. Listen. Here he comes into the final corner. Onto the loud pedal for the last time in anger here in race 2, and second place and the win in the GT3 class goes to Gianni Giannacaro. Fourth place in class wins, a class win in Class A for Chris Budnick. Good run there from Marius Jackson. Here comes second place in the GT3 class by the looks of things. No, Mark du Toit would have got second place in the GT3 class. And does he get through there, or is it Charles Arunges? No, it is. Mark du Toit did come through there for second in the GT3s. Arunges for third. So confirmation, unofficially of course, of race 2. It's G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, Franco Scribante, Class A Plus and overall win ahead of Jonathan du Toit, second place in Class A Plus and second overall. Gianni Giannacaro takes third overall and wins the GT3 category, beating Mark du Toit and Charles Arunges, who are down in 5 and 6 respectively. Class A goes to Chris Budnick in fourth place overall. Mo Mia will come through there to win out Class B, and Ricky Giannacaro and Peter Jabert will get second and third place in Class A. Class B's second place goes to Nicky Dix. Class C win goes to Joseph Ellerine, all the way down in 12th. Up next, you can see them standing by. It's the CompCare Polo Cup for race 2. They've got 3 heats today as well, and as soon as they're back on track, we'll be back with commentary. That's right, they Dunlop shot, they've got Ferodo brakes. They are Volkswagen Polo GTIs, and for the 27th year in a row, we've got Polo Cup in action. Here at Zwartkops again for round 3 of this championship for 2023. This time out, Charles Visser is on pole position alongside Davy van der Merwe. Those are two teammates from last year, arch rivals now, one out of Team Red Racing and the Universal Motorsport team, and one out of Nathan's Motorsport and Volkswagen Motorsport team. That's the battle that's expected now for CompCare Polo Cup for race 2. But Anthony Pretorius, coming off that first race victory in Heat 1 this morning, is definitely going to be fired up, and we'll be looking forward to the challenge of mixing it up there with those top two and with Nathan Victor, who's alongside him there on the second row. Giordano Lupini coming from 5th place has got a lot of work to do there, but Dean Fenter, he was chatting to me while we were waiting to get onto the grid for the grid walk, which never took place. And he was saying that there's a very good possibility that he's going to be looking to get in the mix there and show these younger drivers what his capabilities still are. Farin Basha and Ethan Kutsia make up the 4th row. They're just ahead of Jason Loosmore, who start from 9th place this time as opposed to 2nd. And I chatted also to Jason Loosmore, giving me some information saying the pressure of that front row just got to him ever so slightly, and he dropped the clutch and stalled the car on the start, which is the reason why he sat there just waiting for some kind of a big bang from behind. Fortunately, all the cars missed him and he got going again, but he's going to have to come from 9th place on the grid to try and get up into that top 6 battle. He has got Buxy Kamani alongside him. Rio Barker Kamani for the Squadra Course team there in 10th spot. They are both ahead of Bryce Pillay and Tyler Robinson, who's in 12th place, our young lady driver there out of Team Red Racing. And she's got Mo Karodia and Jean-Andre Marais behind her. Final row of the grid, Rasley Harris and Roshan Goodman. Those are how we're going to line up here for Heat 2 of 3 heats of racing today, coming out of the CompCare Polo Cup. CompCare medical scheme, of course, the only medical scheme in the country that provides athletes and sportsmen and ladies medical aid scheme that covers extreme sports. So that's one of the reasons they've got involved in this championship and have stayed on as our lead sponsor over the last 2 seasons. And they're, of course, all part and parcel of the entire stable that comes out of Universal Healthcare. And it looks like we're in for another epic fight here, as it's the official pace car there, the Polo GTI, making its way around the track and leading Charles Visser and Davy van der Merwe up to the line for start number 2 of the day. So we saw Anthony Pretorius getting the Dunlop R2,500 reward for putting it onto pole position. He'll be happy about that, but he'll certainly be looking for a chance now, if he can, to try and outgun the rest of this pack as they go into race 2 here for the CompCare Polo Cup. And really is going to be an amazing bit of race action here between the youngsters at the front end. And as I said, Dean Fenter, who chatted to me about the possibilities of throwing it in amongst these guys and spoiling the day for the usual contenders. Here we go, to the line, just catching up with some young fans outside here and getting a chance to say how's it to them too. Great to have the amount of support that's been shown here today for the Extreme Festival. It is a family affair here as always, and we certainly hope everybody around the track has enjoyed the off-track entertainment that's provided as always at Extreme Festival. So we've got a green flag at the back, we've got a 5-second board about to go up, and we're about to start race 2 here of CompCare Polo Cup. Lights off, drop the hammer, here we go, down towards turn 1. Great start from Sharp Fisser, he's got off the line nicely. Superb start as well, coming out of Giordano Lupini, but there's problems for Pretorius. Anthony Pretorius has dropped back into the clutches there of 9, 10 and 11th place. He got off the line absolutely with a nightmare. And Pretorius has dropped out of the top 10. Sideways from Giordano Lupini, getting helped out slightly by Foreign Basha. Taps him on the back, gets him back into a straight line, but the Torcraft car did not get the start he wanted. As he comes out of turn 3, he's going onto that back straightaway now, sitting in about 6th place on track as they head down towards turn 4 for the first time. Charles Fisser from Derby van der Merwe. It's Nathan Victor who snuck up there. Great start there from him from the second row, and he hangs on to 3rd place. Made up 1 place on the start. And look at that, some manoeuvring coming through that pack as well. As you can see, Pretorius trying to come back at that mid-pack of drivers. Jason Nussmore with a good start as well. Looks like he's just slotted himself up there in amongst Ethan Kutsia, Foreign Basha, and on the outside is that Bryce Pillay. Yes, Bryce Pillay on his outside, Ethan Kutsia on the outside of Basha. Nussmore tucks in behind them as they go down the hill towards turn 8. Charles Fisser's done it all right. He now wants to just get away and control things from the front end. Almost every single time we've seen him do that in a kart or in a car, he has been untouched and unmatched. And now he's trying to do the same thing to get away from Derby van der Merwe and Victor. Giordano Lupini and Fenta side by side. M-Town and VDN Motors Machine heading down into turn 2. Fenta said he was going to be in the mix, and he's throwing it up the inside there. Finds a way past on Giordano Lupini. Lupini is absolutely hauling around the outside, but cannot find a way past, and has to just tuck in behind. They come onto that back straightaway now, and you can see them lining up just behind that, waiting for a chance to get onto that back straightaway now. Possibly use the push-to-pass mechanisms that these cars have, gives them additional bit of power to allow an overtake on the straight or possibly under braking. And that's exactly what a lot of these cars and drivers are going to have to play around with in terms of the amount of push-to-pass they've got. Remember, the top 3 in the championship have less amounts of those P2P machines to use than the normal contenders. So they also have to play the chess game to ensure that they can use it to the best of their advantage. Anthony Pretorius now trying to find a way now on Loosemore. He's got through on Bryce Pillay. Pillay's got some trouble of his own coming in the background in the form of Rasley Harris by the looks of things, and Tyler Robinson. So as they go across the line now, it is Charles Fisser dictating 1:12.013. Fastest man on track is Charles Fisser, a 1:12.3. So he's 0.3 of a second ahead of anybody else on track at the moment. And Derby van der Merwe does not have an answer at this stage. Gio on the inside for Torcraft and Paybar. He dives on the inside there and gets through, eventually cementing it onto the back straightaway and moves up 1 place. Getting through, and that's an important one there on Dean Fenter. He now sets his sights on Nathan Victor, slightly up the road, but Fenter's not giving up without a fight. Fenter on the outside of turn 4. That is brilliant stuff there from Dean Fenter. Gerald Wright, of course, preps that car, and there we go, inside line coming from Foreign Basha. Foreign Basha now looking for a chance to dive on the inside of Fenter. He's going to join the party. The QV Motorsport car moves up and dives into that place, demoting Dean Fenter down 1 place into the clutches of Kutsia. Kutsia's got Loosemore right there. Look at this. This is a Polo Cup train coming through turn 6 and 7. Exactly what we expected here for race 2. Flat out action here for our top 6 contenders. Late braking from Dean Fenter. Kutsia's there as well. Gets a little rub from Loosemore as they come out of turn 8. Loosemore is all over the back of Fenter looking for a way past. Can't find a way just yet though. They are so evenly matched, these cars. As they come down towards turn 2, it's going to be late braking from one of them to try and find a way through. It's Fenter. Fenter goes inside. Basha uses the high line, cuts back and gets the drive out of turn 2. So it's Dean Fenter now who is in the middle of a massive fight for what is going to be 6th place on track. Fenter hangs on for 6 at this point in time, but he has got everybody looking for a way past, including Pretorius. Pretorius late on the brakes from a long way back, trying to get through there on Jason Nussmore. He gets on the inside, the 2 of them touch. They touch again. It's a 3rd touch. Oh, they are just rubbing there coming out of turn 4. Nussmore and Pretorius. little bit of rubbing there, and a bit more, and then even more of that. Loosemore sideways, getting it loose and out of shape. Oh man, he comes from an oval track background. He'll know when a car steps out what to do. And he now just slots in behind Pretorius, who's now eventually got through and made it stick. It's not a bad place to be there, Jason Loosemore, to follow through there and let Pretorius get you up to that second pack of cars just up the road. Mo Karodia's got Tyler Robinson behind him. Tyler trying to find a way back on Mo Karodia. Dives out in the background, trying to get through there into turn one. The AF fans and Team Red Racing Lady looking on the inside of the Fast 5 Motorsport car and Lee Thompson Racing Machine of Mo Karodia. Late braking from Rasley Harris, keep the two of them behind him. But now Tyler Robinson's got her own battle with her teammate Roshan Goodman, and just ahead of him it is Jean-Andre Marais. Front end has opened up ever so slightly, little gaps there between our first five, but Fenta's not done yet. Fenta looks on the inside of Foreign Basha. Had to roll out of it slightly, nearly tapped the back end of that QV Motorsport Polo of Foreign Basha. Here comes Kutsia. Kutsia's got good drive. Lee Thompson Racing and JRT Machine on the inside, and that is Dean Fenta down one place. Up into turn 5, we've got a change up there between Fenta and Kutsia. Kutsia now looks to do the same thing as he looks to find a way past on Foreign Basha. No worries at all there for Fissa, Fanamava, Victor and Lupini. 6th place heating up here between these three. Ethan Kutsia all over the back. They're trying to find a way past on Foreign Basha, bringing Dean Fenta along. The three of them fighting hard. Whoa! In the background, someone's off track. Is that possibly Jason Loosemore? It was. Jason Loosemore out of shape there and gets off track completely onto the dirty stuff. He had to try and avoid that big bump on the outside of turn 8. That's why he went a little bit further to the right than usual, and it's dropped him now out of the battle and into harm's way there with the second pack of tail end cars. Foreign Basha inside line. Not going to give any room here to Ethan Kutsia to find a way past. Kutsia going to try and use that outside line and carry the corner speed through turn 4. There is enough room out there for the two of them to play. Only just. They just stay inside that white line. But Ferran now looking for a chance to be late on the brakes. Kutsia and him were identical on the brakes there. The lights came on exactly the same time, which means they stay wing mirror to wing mirror going into turn 6. Ferran will just try and force Ethan a little wider. Coming out of 6, he goes on the grass. Ethan Kutsia across the grass. And he tucks in alongside and now behind Dean Fenta. So Ferran just forced him wide. And Ethan wasn't prepared to give up, so he had to go onto the grass. We have got 4 to go. It's Charles Visser leading things out. Darby Fanamava, Nathan Victor and Lupini. We're watching the battle, but further back down the field, as you can see there, as now we've got Jason Loosemore trying to make up ground again. He's closing onto the back end of the 22 car of Baxi Kamani. Squadra Course man, of course, Squadra Course celebrating 10 years as part of the development program that Volkswagen put together with the Carters and with these drivers in Polo Cup, and Baxi's in for the challenge. Giordano Lupini applying massive amounts of pressure onto the back end there as well for 3rd place. And it looks like Nathan Victor's having to soak that pressure up. Race 1 winner, bucket list and OMP Racing. And that is Pretorius with big pressure now coming from behind. Nathan Victor inside line. Summit Racing and Floors on Trend car fighting hard there with the Torcraft and Paybar machine of Giordano Lupini. Loosemore trying to come back here. He looks dangerous. Inside line from Lupini, he's got it. Lupini gets on the inside of Nathan Victor and slots himself up into 3rd. So Gio now up into 3rd place. Victor on his tail trying to come back at him. Good move there from Gio Lupini. Giordano needs to be in that top 3 if he wants to try and stay at the front end of this championship after a magnificent round at his home circuit in Cape Town for round 2 of this championship only about a month and a half ago. Gio missed out on the first round at Kyalami, but he came back with a vengeance at his home circuit at the Killarney International Raceway. And fellow Cape Townian leads out over Darby Fanamava. So Gio has to be at least in that top 3 to try and maintain his lead in the overall championship here for CompCare Polo Cup 2023. Anthony Pretorius, I beg your pardon, still having a bit of a fun game of it in the middle of that pack in the OMP and bucket list racing car. See Loosemore, has he made another mistake there? Or was that Tyler? No, that's Tyler Robinson, I beg your pardon. Tyler Robinson, who's dropped to the back of the pack now. So a little bit of problems there for Roshan and Tyler. They'll fight it out for honours at the end. 27 and 47 out there. Coming through to complete another lap, and it'll be 2 to go for Charles Visser. Farhan Basha keeps out Dean Fenter for now. Fight to the 7s there, 97 and 77. Trying to keep each other honest here into the closing stages of race 2 of the CompCare Polo Cup. Jason Loosemore, man, he's had a tough day. A phenomenal day yesterday, got into the top 6, got onto the front row, and unfortunately it all went haywire on that first start. Didn't quite get the start he wanted in the second one, but he was up there, and then making a few mistakes and having to bang bars on a few occasions as well, and bang cars. But that's what Polo Cup is all about. If you're not rubbing, if you're not scraping it and scraping paintwork off the car next to you, you're not pushing hard enough, because these cars are so evenly matched, as you can see there, from the 97 and 77 cars that are side by side to the top of the hill. Bush's inside line. He was exactly the same time as Dean Fenter, maybe a tad earlier than Fenter into turn 5, but he has got the inside line, and he will hold it into turn 6, forcing Fenter to slot in behind him, bringing Ethan Kutsia along for the ride. 3 of them heading down the hill now and pushing as hard as they can. You can see just how tight it is here between Basha as he gets under massive pressure from Dean Fenter into turn 8. Here comes Visser. He is on his final lap, and it's the Team Red Racing Universal Motorsport machine of Charles Visser who's going to turn his luck around after a nightmare in qualifying yesterday in Super Bowl. He was the reason we've got such a big hole on the side of the circuit. He hit the hole and took out some of that rumble strip on the outside of turn 8. But they fixed the car overnight, and he's now going for the victory here in race 2. He's going to beat Davy van der Merwe there for Nathan's Motorsport and Volkswagen Motorsport for second. Charles Visser was on pole, and he's a tough man to beat when he's in this kind of form. They've still got another lap and another heat, or another half a lap I should say, and another heat of racing to come later on. But Charles Visser certainly will be fired up after this one, and will look to try and maintain this momentum into the final heat of the day. The last race of the day, and the third one for CompCare Polo Cup. Second place is going to be Van der Merwe. Third place is going to be Lupini. Lupini's pulled away now from Nathan Victor. But the checkered flag is waiting, and it's waiting for Charles Visser. Visser gets it for Team Red Racing. Ahead of Davy van der Merwe for Nathan's Motorsport and Volkswagen Motorsport. And it's Torcraft Paybar taking the third spot. Great run there from Nathan Victor. Inside line. Loosemore on the outside. Bryce Pillay on his inside. Touching across the line. That's how we do it. And it's Dean Fenter from Ethan Kutsia, Anthony Pretorius, Loosemore and Pillay. They were side by side, but Jason Loosemore's nose just ahead there as the rest of the pack come through there. Jean-Andre Marais just beating Tyler Robinson and Roshan Goodman to the line there for the final positions of the cars here in CompCare Polo Cup. Charles Visser with the fastest lap of the race in that final lap as well. Takes the victory ahead of Davy van der Merwe, Giordano Lupini in third, and Nathan Victor in fourth, beating out Farhan Basha for QV Motorsport. It's Dean Fenter for the VDN Motors machine there in sixth, beating out Ethan Kutsia for Lee Thompson Racing and JRT. He wins out over Anthony Pretorius, your race one winner, finishing down in 8th place there, showing you just how this racing, particularly in Polo Cup, can change up dramatically from race to race. Pretorius in 8, he beats out Loosemore. Pillay in 9, and beats out Baxi Kamani for 10 and 11. Mo Karodia for Fast 5 Motorsport, and Lee Thompson Racing there in 12th. Up next, we're heading into more action out on track, and it comes in the form of Gazoo Racing, the SA Gazoo Racing Cup. The GR Cup are back on circuit with our Yaris League and 86 League drivers. We'll be back shortly. Can do. So on track, here come the Yaris League and the 86 League for Gazoo Racing Cup. And before we get into race 2 action, let's catch up with some of our journalists and see what their antics are going to be like before race 1. We saw what they were like, but maybe there's a bit more in it now for race 2.
Wow, it's great to be back at Zwartkops, isn't it, gents? And I'm sure this is another chance for you guys to go and show exactly what these 86s can do. Rubes, you had a bit of a tough time of it at the start. Means kind of at the back there, trying to find your way to the front. What's the plans for this weekend to get to the front?
I don't know. Like you say, struggling a little bit with the pace, but I'm about 0.3 off Mark Jones there. But yeah, I'm going to have to dial it back a bit from Cape Town. The guys weren't so happy with my aggressive moves, so I'm going to have to see how I can get to the front a bit more cleanly, and hopefully, they kind of get tangled in each other and let me come to them and join the fight there.
Well, if we look at the current times, Jenny, you don't have to worry about anybody. You're literally blitzing this field. Where did you find that place?
I haven't seen the other times, but I saw
what he says, hey, Brent.
We've got, I haven't seen everybody else this time. I saw my time, and it was a bit of a target for myself. I wanted to crack that 13, and I successfully managed it. It took a couple of laps, but I managed to get there. And the fact that I've done it once means that I can do it again. Hopefully in qualifying, although track evolution has allowed for us to lean on it considerably more. This morning things were very greasy. We weren't running anywhere near the times that we could have run. But as the day has progressed and the rubber's been laid down and the moisture's been pulled out of the track, it's definitely prime for the picking.
Brent, you looking forward to that picking as well and maybe getting there too?
I am. So the big thing for me is I just don't want to be at the back. So managing, hanging around third, fourth in the midfield means you're in it. So the guys ahead of you can feed them into you, and then you can start putting pressure on. So the M for me, looking at Chad's time and Sachawa's times, those boys have sick, blistering times. So let's hope for a second, third in qualifying, third, maybe fourth in qualifying tomorrow, and then, as Ruben says, we just feed each other into each other. But I reckon we've all come to grips with the car. Mm-hmm. We're managing to lean on the car a hell of a lot more than in the beginning. So you're concentrating less on holy shit moments, and you're just managing to drive the car. So it's actually developing well. I mean, the times we're doing now are yards ahead of the last time we were here. I think we're already nearly 2 seconds up the road, which is great.
Yeah.
So we're back on track now for Yaris Cup, and it's race 2. It's the Yaris League who will lead things out with our youngsters in the development process there for Gazoo Racing. And you can see how well that development process works, because Saad Variawa has not been bedded yet. He's still going to be going for 6 out of 6 if he gets the race win here in this next heat of racing. But Nicky Vastanis and Cara Hill and Tariq Adams were able to run with him, as opposed to what they weren't able to do earlier on in the year when they came here for the very first time and down in Cape Town on a similar vein. So that process is working well. As we saw in the media challenge for the 86 League, there was some car banging, and I think there's going to be a little bit more of the same here as we get ready to go for race 2. So it will be Nicky Vastanis who will lead out the pack, Cara Hill alongside. Incredibly, it is Saud Variawa who has dropped down into 4th place. That's about the lowest he's been in his entire career here in the Yaris League. So let's see what he can do now from a slightly lower position on the grid as the lights go out and we go racing. Side by side as he went in there with Tariq Adam. They're now looking for the journalists to get off the line as well. They are led out by Chad Lakoff and Sechaba Mashigo. Mashigo, of course, is the first man to take a victory today for the journalist side of things, but it was a tight battle between Lakoff and Dennis Dropper and himself heading into the closing stages of that first heat. And in fact, on the last lap, there was already 3 or 4 position changes for the lead heading into the last corner. Out front, it is Nicky Vastanis. Looks like problems there for the 77, yeah. Unfortunately, Ryan Nika got it all wrong coming out of turn number 1. He ended up on the inside of the entrance point of turn 2. Got back on track, but he's lost that massive advantage. And you can see that's not easy to do when these cars are so evenly matched. You cannot afford to make one mistake. Put a wheel wrong, and you're going to drop down 2 or 3 positions. Cara is looking to make it the first victory here for a lady in this category, and that'll certainly be great guns for Gazoo Racing. And as you can see from this, and as you saw earlier on from, of course, our action in the GTCs, the Gazoo Racing team are having a spectacular day here, that is for sure. Heading down into the Yaris, from the Yaris pack into the 86 pack, and at this stage, just a bit of fun and games at the front end as Dropper continues to apply the pressure onto Lakoff and onto Mashigo. Luckov leads out at the moment. Mashigo in second, Dropper in third. Mark Jones under a bit of pressure as they go into... Oh no, he's putting the pressure on, I should say. Putting the pressure onto the inside line there of Ruben van Niekerk. Van Niekerk might have to give up that one. He does. He tucks in behind Jonesy. And then behind that, Brendan Staniforth and Thompson going at it. So some fun and games between the top two and the bottom two in the 86 League. Lots of work to do now for Berthold and for Nika. Nika at the back of the pack, but Berthold there in fourth place. Just not able to bridge that gap there to the third car. If we can just get to that third car, we'll probably have a four-way fight for what is the lead of this race by the time the checkered flag comes out. So into the top of the hill, late braking coming out of Mashigo. Trying to find a way through there on Luckov. Luckov dictating the pace there for Auto Trader. It's a really nice battle there. You can see all of a sudden now, slowly but surely, we are getting a little bit more intention shown from Dropper. Dropper took his time in the first one. He only got through right in the closing stages. In fact, as they came down the hill here into turn 8, he dived on the inside and slotted up one place higher than what he'd been all race long. Opportunistic driving coming from Dennis, but looking for more of that here into race 2, and he's a bit more aggressive here in race number 2, that is for sure. So he's applying the pressure onto the back end Mashigo. Mashigo forces a small mistake there out of Chad. In fact, I think Chad made that mistake all on his own. He went in turn 2 a little bit too hot. Ran wide and has now brought that group a little bit closer together as they came out of turn 2 and into 3. Yaris lead continued 2 by 2 at this stage. To the top of the hill they go. Saad Variawa, beg your pardon, closing now onto the back end of Nicky Vastanis. Ryan car on the inside. Oh, great move. Nearly squeezing out. Tariq Adam had a big look. So Vastanis maintains over the hard charge there for the Toyota Gazoo Racing machines. And these Yaris Cup cars are really spectacular machines. Remember, these are stock road cars basically with a roll cage put in. And they run all-wheel drive. It's basically, you see when they climb on the anchors, the indicator lights coming on showing that the ABS system is still connected. A lot of the driver aids are still connected as well, so you've got to drive around those sometimes as well. Doesn't usually work out to be for good racing, but here I can tell you what they've done for Toyota Gazoo Racing. It's turned into something pretty spectacular. They really are spectacular little race cars, and in fact, if you look at what Gazoo Racing are doing all around the world, any form of motorsport they've got involved in, they are definitely the man, and doing a superb job as they get into it. So going into what I was about to say there, the Yaris Cup side of things, you've basically got a 3-cylinder 1.6 turbo, which is brilliant, 200 kilowatts of power to play with. In the 86 is slightly down on that, they've got 180 kilowatts. But of course they've got the auto box with a paddle shift that they can play with too. They're not all-wheel drive, so the rear-wheel drive machines have to do a little bit more fun and games, and that provides a spectator-friendly environment that our media team are providing for us in terms of action. And there you see a change up for the lead and for second. Oh, Luckov making a big mistake there. Drops down to third place. So that Boxer engine not quite firing on all 4 cylinders there as he went into turn number 7, but Luckov now has to try and come back, and if he watches his rearview mirrors, he's been joined there rapidly by the back end by Mark Jones from the Citizen. So we got ASMM out front, then you got the times live, and it's Auto Trader fighting with the Citizen for the first 4 in the 86 League. We also got to see, of course, at the hill climb, if you managed to pick up on the action at the hill climb, the launch of Gazoo Racing's Corolla, which Natyam Samanga piloted up the hill. It was superb to see that as well, and of course that just bodes well that there's now another stepping stone that the Gazoo Racing squad have provided here in terms of these GR Cup cars that will now be available. And of course these are cars that are available to buy as a member of the public. And if you want to buy a car that is equal, and sometimes, depending on who's driving the car, a slightly better version of some of the Polo Cup race cars as a stock road car, you're going to have a hot hatch to go and contend with on the roads of South Africa. That is for sure. So as they head into turn 1, another lap completed, they've got 3 to go. In the background, you can see a battle of note here. The 41 machine, or the 47 machine, I should say, of Berthold looking for a way through. But it's Tariq Adam who's keeping him honest. Tariq on the inside holds onto that inside line. Kind of first Berthold in the Renogen car there to try and have a look on the inside and try and squeeze out into turn 3. He's got that inside line. It's not a bad place to put that car. He'll use the all-wheel drive system, and both of them will be side by side onto that back straightaway. Here they come. And it looks like, yes, Berthold's got through eventually. Berthold just squeezing through there. There come the indicators as they climb on. ABS system kicks in. That'll be a warning to a driver on the road that you've got your ABS system working. But of course, it's also just a warning to the driver that he's on the brakes hard to ensure that he can stop this car before it gets up into the headquarters at Gazoo Racing on our right-hand side of our shot right now. Slowly but surely, with 2.5 laps to go, I can see the 7.7 machine of Ryan Naka possibly in the hunt here for a 4th place. He has closed up rapidly, and he's only about a 1.3, no, he's about 1.2 seconds now behind. Dropper in 2nd. Lukoff in 3rd, and Mashigo looking for a 2nd victory. This is a good run here from Sechaba Mashigo. He's had a super run so far in this category since its inception, but definitely now looking for a double victory for the first time as Mashigo heads into turn 1 with 2 to go. Can Chad Lukoff find something special on these last 2 laps to return the favor on both those drivers who stole his first place away from him heading into turn 7? Interesting to see whether he can or he can't. I'm looking forward to it, though. Needless to say, whatever happens, we're in for a battle royal. Here's another battle royal. Problems into turn 4. Looks like that might have been, was it Naka? Yes, I think it might have been Ryan Naka or Tariq Adam who made a mistake. I think it was Tariq Adam making a mistake into turn 4, and Ryan Naka has snuck through. So he's got up 1 place higher than what he has been after that small mistake in the exit of turn 1 on lap 1. So we got a lap to go, and Vastanis is looking for his first victory. Nicky Vastanis could possibly steal the chances of a 6 out of 6 win for Saud Variawa. Variawa's tried hard. He's just been found wanting here in the closing stages. There was a bit of touch between the two of them in the first heat. They rubbed properly right in front of Toyota management at the Gazoo Racing headquarters at the top of the hill. I think they might have had a little word there. Probably had a little high five with the amount of race action they provided, and the rubbing is racing style. That is what happens when you put young karters into saloon cars. Gazoo Racing, driven by Netstar, doing such a great job here. And it's going to be a new victor. I don't think there's an answer here from Saud Variawa. Cara Hill's going to be back on the podium again, but it's going to be Nicky Vastanis looking for his first win in his career here at Gazoo Racing. He's got the double right-hander at Kenwood. He runs a little wide and into left-hander coming out of turn 7. Down the hill he comes. For the second time in 2023, we have a new winner. And this time out, it's Nicky Vastanis. Vastanis takes the win. 2nd place goes to Saud Variawa. And 3rd place, it's Cara Hill. What a good run there from the Yaris League. Oh, problems in the background. That's Dropper. Dropper's run wide at the top of the hill. So it's going to be Sechaba Mashigo going to hang on for the win. Chad Lukoff will get 2nd. That's Mark Jones possibly up now into 3rd. Going to wait and see if it's the yellow wing mirrors as they come down under braking now for the final corner. ASA Double M machine going across the line there. Mashigo wins out. 2nd place, it's Lukoff. 3rd place, is that Ruben van Niekerk who's come through there? I think it might be. And there's a problem there as well at the top of the hill for one of the cars. That's Dropper. Dropper's got a problem. So Dennis Dropper just circulating very slowly. Probably going to roll into pit lane there for the Times Live car. That is such a pity to lose him. Maybe got a puncture by the looks of it. Look at the front left. Front left wheel is broken on that car. So unfortunately that might be a bit more expensive than what Dennis Dropper was expecting here in race number 2. Needless to say though, what a great run here from all of our Yaris League and 86 League competitors for Gazoo Racing Cup SA. Let's have a look and see at those unofficial results. Vastanis from Variawa, Hill, Nika, Mashigo. Mashigo wins out over Chad Lukoff and Mark Jones, Bjorn Berthold and Ruben van Niekerk, Brendan Staniforth and Thompson. And looks like a DNF there for Dennis Dropper. So that's how we wrap things up here for GR Cup race number 2. That's the final bit of race action there from our Gazoo Racing Cup series. But remember, we've still got Gazoo Racing to come out in the global touring cars later on today, with Saud Variawa looking for another chance of a double victory here at Zwartkops. Up next though, we head into action from our single-seaters Investchem Formula 1600s are waiting and standing by. Paul, I don't have a screen. My screen's gone blank. Paulie, I've still got nothing, buddy. Just got a flower. So it's a second heat of our Investchem Formula 1600s. I'm just going to let our crew know that I still have no screen. I'm working off the delayed screen on my iPad. So if you guys can just make a plan here. I don't have the live feed at this stage. There we go. We're up and running now. Thanks, Paul. Just in time for race 2 of Investchem Formula 1600s. Already seen Troy Dolanchek take a victory here today. He's going to try and push hard to make it 2 out of 2. But Jason Kutsia, Nicholas Van Wheelie, Sia Bonga Monkakwana, and Casey Enso Smith, along with the rest of this field, are going to give him a run for his money. Gerard and Antoine Geldenhuis have got some big mountains to climb. Oh, and a massive jump start for Sia Bonga Monkakwana. Monkakwana is gone. He's into the hotel. He's on the plane. He's on his way home before anybody even dropped the clutch. Monkakwana went when the lights went on, and he just buried it into turn 1, and he leads. But there's going to be a 30-second penalty there with a jump start for Monkakwana as he disappears at the front end, trying to get away now. He has got to try and build up at least a 30-second buffer if he doesn't want to be penalised. But that is a huge jump start from Siyabonga Monkakwana, who leads out now over Dolanchek. Dolanchek and Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie ahead of Kutsia. Pushing through in the back. Watch out for Alex Voss side by side initially, but now line astern as they go up the top of the hill. Behind, it looks like Shrin Naidu and Gerard Geldenhuis. In between the two of them, we also saw some manoeuvring, and there's a manoeuvre. Great line up the inside from Jason Kutsia to get to second. I say second, it's third on the road. With Monkakwana having that jump start, there's a very good possibility he's going to drop down the standings by the time the checkered flag comes out a little bit later on. Antoine Geldenhuis dummies a move and then sells it eventually into turn 8. Getting through there on Casey Enso Smith. So Dolanchek leads out, well, he's second at the moment, but he leads out the battle for the current standings, as opposed to the man who would have had a 30-second penalty implied by the end of this one for that jump start. So as they come through now, turn 2, basically line astern amongst these drivers. Watch out for Gerard Geldenhuis looking for a way to squeeze through there. I think it's on Malamela. Karabo Malamela, he's just ahead of him. Dolenchek leads ahead of Kutsia. Kutsia ahead of Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie, it's got Antoine Geldenhuys. Gerard Geldenhuys on the inside. It's actually of Storm Lanfear, I beg your pardon. Lanfear puts wheels in the dirt, runs off the track. That's going to be costly. And it is, to the tune of 2 cars. He drops back, possibly to 3. Make it even, nearly 4. Alex Foss nearly squeezed him out as well, but Lanfear saw him coming, shut the door. Here comes Alex Foss trying to find a way back on Storm now. Storm shuts the door, doesn't allow any bit of movement there from his teammate. So Storm Lanfear just fending off the attack there from Alex Foss. Foss coming down the hill now, looking for the inside line into turn 8. Can't quite make it stick. Good move there from Storm Lanfear to keep out Alex Foss. He lost 2 positions on that small mistake that he made earlier. And now you can see Malamela looking for a chance to dive through too. Karabo wants by on Alex Foss. So it's Antoine Geldenhuys who made the move early on to get through there on Casey Enzo-Smith. And now tries to hang tight as they go into turn 3. Needs to be a little bit closer. Monkonkwana still leads out, but he's got a 30-second penalty pending over his head. So Joy Dolenchek will be well aware of that, as will Jason Kutsia. Kutsia's just put in the fastest lap of the race. 1:04.4 there for Kutsia. And he will now try and get to the back end of that Sujan Property Investments car out front. Or in second place, but I keep saying out front because, as I said, Monkonkwana's days are numbered. Not only in terms of Dolenchek's ability to catch and pass him, but with that 30-second penalty over his head, it's definitely going to be something he'll be concerned about. Dolenchek won't be, but he will be concerned about the pace that Jason Kutsia is finding here in the second heat. He's a lot closer to Dolenchek than what he was. Van Wheelie still in 3rd. Antoine will be 4, and 5, of course, will be Enzo-Smith if you take Monkonkwana out of the picture. A 30-second penalty would drop Monkonkwana possibly down into about 9th or 10th place, which will put him in between Schofield and Lanfear, who runs wide again. So Storm Lanfear having a bit of a nightmare here in the second heat. There comes Gerard Geldenhuys inside line on Casey Enzo-Smith. In fact, that's Antoine, I beg your pardon. Difficult to spot it in the light there, but Antoine Geldenhuys defending the attack coming from Casey. Casey goes inside. Gerard's going to try and go with Casey Enzo-Smith as they get to the top of the hill. He's not quite close enough to get there, but he does get a lot closer under braking. So a good move here as they come into turn number 6. Chopping and changing there from Gerard as he goes high and wide, trying to find the cutback line to get through there on his brother Antoine. 2 of them head down the hill. It's Enzo-Smith ahead of them. He was the meat in the sandwich earlier on in race number 1, but now slots in behind both of the Geldenhuys boys. Not behind, ahead, Greg, come on. There he is, just ahead of both Antoine and Gerard. Apologies there, Casey. Doing a superb job and fighting hard for 5th. Come down into turn 2. Foss is starting to close in, so is Shren Naidu. Naidu's got Andrew Schofield behind that. So the back end of the field is where this battle is. Front half is basically staying as it has been all race long, although, as I say that now, on this lap particularly, there's a valiant effort being put in there by Troy Dolenchek, who set, again, another fast lap of 1:04 dead to close the gap down on the leader, Siyabonga Monkonkwana. Gerard closing again on Antoine, bringing Shren Naidu and Schofield along for the ride. It's a 5-way fight here, and at this stage they are fighting for what is going to be 5th place on track. Casey hangs on to it for now. Schofield has a big look on the outside, trying to do a bit of a dummy move there on Shren Naidu. Naidu was having none of it. Didn't fall for the dummy, just stays line astern and ahead of Schofield. That concertina effect at the front is now starting to be felt big time. And if Monkonkwana stays out front, he could possibly even concertina the entire field up here and allow them a chance to close things down. Enzo-Smith in 5th is now quickest. He's now trying to bridge that gap. As you can see, the reason he's quickest is the first 4 have actually slowed down. Now that they've caught Siyabonga Monkonkwana. Sia trying to go defensive. Is he going to fight? He's still going to fight you. He's not going to give up. Potentially something that could be good for him here, but unfortunately he loses out to Dolenchek into turn 5. So Dolenchek hits the front again. How much longer will it take for Jason Kutsia to get through on him? Kutsia comes on the inside of Monkonkwana down into turn 8. Late braking, and the Mint Coachworks machine Goes up the inside of that Investchem car of Siabonga Monkokwana. They're still side by side into turn 1. He has to back out of it into turn 1 and slot in just behind Monkokwana. He runs to the right hand side, looking to get the inside line into turn 2. Perfectly done. Monkokwana opens up the door. Here comes Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie wants some of this as well and gets through. So Van Wheelie now side by side with Monkokwana as they go onto that back straightaway. Things now resume their natural course of affairs. First 3 cars are the first 3 cars on track and in the running. Monkokwana, even though he's down in 4th place, is still going to be slapped that 30-second penalty. It could potentially drop him out of the top 10. Van Wheelie and Kutsia fighting for second now. Monkokwana behind them, falling into the clutches. The hard charge coming out of Casey Ensor-Smith. Ensor-Smith putting in hot times all day long. And he now looks to close down on the red car ahead of him. Five done, 5 to go. Halfway stage. In fact, sorry, this is a 12 lap of this one, so apologies there. Not quite the halfway stage yet. 12 laps of action coming away here for Heat 2 of the Investchem Formula 1600s. They fly down into the back straight yet again. Dolanchek pulling away, putting in the hot times. Getting down into the 103s. 103.7 there from Troy Dolanchek. Kutsia trying to answer. He's on a 104.4, 104.7 from Van Wheelie. So there's not really an answer there from second and third place in terms of lap times. Alex Fast down in 10th place. Hasn't got an answer to Schofield, but he's fighting hard with Karabo Malamela. Malamela also looking quite dangerous here in this second half of the race. He tries to close things down now on the race driver SA car of Alex Fast. Great fights through the pack. The two brothers having their own little in-house family feud. Antoine hanging on to the lead of that one for now. And he needs it because otherwise he's going to be losing more ground to the fight between his brother and Jason Kutsia and of course our leader Troy Dolanchek. It's kind of where the championship lies. Antoine cannot afford to lose ground there to Gerard. He needs to stay ahead of him until the checkered flag comes out. Dolanchek doing it all right. Absolutely perfectly done for Troy Dolanchek this weekend. Caldenace out of turn 4. Antoine running wide, or maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure as he maybe cooked those tyres a bit now in the slightly hotter conditions here in the late afternoon. This morning was completely ideal conditions for racing. Nice warm track, cool air temperature, engines were working well, tyres were working well. Now it's slightly hotter, and with that heat of the day and the heat in the track, the tyres and the engines will take a little bit more strain. Just behind them, hasn't quite got to them just yet. Two Caldenace boys continue on their merry way down into turn 2. Monkokwana hasn't given up just yet. He's staying with Van Wheelie, realizing that he has to be as high up as possible to negate that 30-second penalty as much as he can. Antoine being shown a wheel there by Gerard into turn 4. Didn't even flinch. This time he runs even wider out of turn 4. So the pressure is definitely on to Antoine. Antoine goes defensive up into turn 4. Gerard round the outside. And that inside line should allow Antoine to just force his brother to having to slot in behind, and that's exactly what he does. Tucks in behind the gearbox. And they head down the hill again towards turn 8. Inside line from Gerard. There's a late break down into turn 8, not quite there yet though. And they are definitely slowing each other up with this little attack. And that's allowed Shrin Naidu to join the party, and Schofield is not too far behind them. So as they go down into turn 2 now, Antoine hangs on. Antoine from Gerard, Gerard from Shrin. Shrin Naidu's got Schofield on his tail. 4-way fight, and it's a big fight at the moment for what is now 6th place on track. First 4 go through. Antoine, Gerard, Shrin Naidu onto the back end now. Make that advantage Shrin Naidu and advantage Schofield. Schofield goes and follows Shrin Naidu as they go into turn 5. Naidu off! Shrin runs wide onto the dirty stuff and drops right to the back of the pack. That's how quickly things can go wrong. He just felt the pressure a bit too much there. Under braking for turn 5, running wide onto the dirty stuff and back on track, but resuming right at the tail end of the field. Little mistake there out of Gerard has dropped him into the clutches now of Schofield. Schofield's got Foss along for the ride as well. So there's a very good possibility that this little fight at the back is not done yet. It's 7th place on track they're all looking for. They're not going to catch Dolenchek as he's on his final lap, heading towards turn 5, past Universal Motorsport, past AMG, past the Gazoo Racing HQ. Sujan Property Investments, Formula 1600s, 2 out of 2 for the day. Plain sailing, other than having to try and find a way through there on the jump starter, Siyabonga Monkonkwana. Dolenchek, 2 out of 2, cementing his lead in the championship. 2nd place, Jason Kutsia, nice finish there for him. He finishes up ahead of Nicholas Van Wheelie. Monkonkwana will finish in 4th for now, ahead of Casey Ensor Smith. But that jump start penalty is possibly going to drop him down to the back of the pack. So Storm Lanphier crosses the line. He may just be last car on track once they implement that penalty on Monkonkwana. But that's how it turns out for race 2 here of the Investchem Formula 1600s. As they head onto the back straight away now, we get ready, of course, for the 3rd and final heat of the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Another 12 laps of action coming your way. But let's have a look at those unofficial results there. It is going to be Troy Dolenchek with a double victory, who wins out over the hard charge coming from Jason Kutsia in 3rd place, eventually finishing up in the hands of the Magnificent Paint and Hardware and Hamilton's Paintbrush Formula 1600 of Nicholas Van Wheelie. Up next, we're going into G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. We'll be back shortly with action on track.
You're headed to the sky. Where is it? Kijk, als we jullie beginnen af en je weer die racing is boring. Ja. Ja. Het is geldmors. Met wie? Ik weet niet hoor, ik heb rijkant van. I'm on the second one, and the second one is only clocking in at 3:69. We'll never finish it.
Right, back on track now for the third and final time. It's G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. And it looks like a battle going to continue at the front end between the all-conquering Franco Scribanti Porsche and the Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini of Jonathan du Toit. Is du Toit going to have enough in hand here to possibly go at it and maybe spoil the day for the final win of the day, and Franco doing the triple at Zwartkops? This time Scribanti starts on pole, so he'll be on the right hand side. He started on both sides and he's still got the whole shot, so it really doesn't make any difference as to which side of the track he decides to start his third race from. Looks like everybody else has made it back onto track for the third and final heat as well. Any car that didn't make it out today earlier on, of course, other than maybe Jimbo Jonakora. I see there's no Trofeo Lamborghini at the back there for Jimbo. So let's have a look and see what's going to happen now into the second warm-up lap, just to get some heat into the rubber. Some guys running Michelin, some guys running Pirelli, some guys running Dunlop. Options are open for this category. There's no specific tyre supplier. If you've just joined us for the first time for Extreme Supercars, just a reminder, this is the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars at round 2 of the Extreme Festival's National Championships. We're at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. We have Porsches, Lamborghinis, Nissan R35s, Audi R8, GT3 and GT4 spec cars. We have a Lamborghini Huracan, we have 2 Lamborghini Trofeos, we have a Lotus powered by AMG, we have 3 Porsches, and we've got a BMW Z4 at the back. So race face about to be put on now by most of these drivers. Pace will be dictated by the Scribanti Racing Porsche, nicknamed the General. We've also even seen the Sheriff out here today, the hill climb monster that Scribanti owns, doing a little test demonstration of what is going to be potentially one of the big events here at Zwartkops in 2024, Top of the Hill Challenge, a time attack / hill climb type event happening next year here at Zwartkops International Raceway. So make sure you stay tuned to all social media for announcements about that event. They are lined up and ready to go. Hammers down in 2 seconds, there they go. It's going to be Scribanti looking for the whole shot again. He gets it. Oh, and Gianni Giannacaro was very up close and personal heading into turn 1 there with Jonathan du Toit. He had a big look, but du Toit shut the door firmly in his face. Nearly went up the back end of that Lamborghini, but fortunately stayed out of it. And you can see Mark du Toit side by side with Charles Arangis. Du Toit should have a slightly better straight line ability in that R8 GT3 as opposed to the Trofeo Lamborghini that Charles Arangis has got on his outside. And yeah, Arangis has to slot in behind, as he's done in the first 2 heats of racing. Behind that's Momia for Toys R Us. He's got pressure coming from Juba. Peter Joubert now diving onto the inside, looking for a chance now to possibly spoil the day there for the Toys R Us Porsche. Can't get up the inside, he has to slot in behind. He's got a Porsche in front of him, he's got a Porsche on his tail, and it's the curve end Porsche there of Nicky Dix tucked in behind him. So Porsche fans will be happy because they've got a car leading this race overall. Then behind that you can see just how tight it's getting there in that mid-pack. Marius Jackson ahead of his stablemate there, and Joe Ellerine trying to follow through on the back end of the GT3 spec Audi R8. Pressure onto the back end now of Scribanti, but he soaked that pressure up every single lap of the last 24 laps of racing that these cars have been out on circuit here today. And he hasn't even been troubled by the Lamborghini due to the fact that the straight line speed of this Porsche down that back straightaway does not give Jonathan du Toit any answer or any opportunity to get by. Up to the top of the hill they go, pitching into turn 5 and past the AMG Driving Academy, past Gazoo Racing, into the double right-hander at Kenwood. Lambo's all over the back of the Porsche, but to find a way past on that Porsche is the most difficult thing that Jonathan du Toit has had to do here today. He has not bettered it, other than starting in front of it in race 2 and then being on pole position, but he didn't even make that count because unfortunately Jonathan du Toit was outgunned by the Scribanti Porsche into turn 1 with the whole shot. Nicky Dix now just ahead by the looks of it and getting through, just ticking them off one by one, meaning Ricky Gianacaro in the Lamborghini Huracan has dropped behind the curve end Porsche. Mo Mia looking to try and close on the back end of the first of the Lamborghini Trofeos. It's got Charles Orangis at the wheel. You see him coming into the back straight away in the background there. Jabir in the lone Lotus. It's an AMG powered machine. Ricky trying to come back. Nicky Dix. Ricky, Nicky and Mario still going at it there up to the top of the hill. Here comes Marius Jackson. A move on the inside from Ricky Gianacaro. Not close enough to make it stick and get through there on the Porsche. Went defensive to keep the Audi out. Marius Jackson onto the back end of the Lambo now. Very tight between those three as they come down the hill. Gap coming down slightly there between Mo Mia and Peter Jabir as well. Lotus versus Porsche. We've got Porsche versus Lambo versus Audi R8. It's a fight heading into turn 1. It's a fight at the moment down in what is about 13, 14 and 15th place. Joseph Ellerine on his own sim at the back of the pack. The only car that hasn't got past him at this stage is Ulisana in the Class D Z4 BMW out of G&H Transport. OCC Lamborghini Trofeo in full flight with Charles Orangis at the wheel. He'll be crying out for maybe a little bit more power, but of course running in the GT3 class he currently sits in 3rd place behind Mark Dutoy and Gianni Gianacaro. There's a bit of move on here from Mo Mia's side of things too. Could have possibly spoiled the day here for that Lamborghini. If Mo Mia does get to the back end of Charles Orangis, he's going to have to work hard to find a way through. Probably one of the most difficult men to pass on a racetrack, particularly here at Zwartkops, is Charles Orangis from Stradale Motorsport. GG onto the back straight, keeping the gap over Chris Budnick in the Bucketless Racing V10 Viper. 35 has not put a wheel wrong here today. Gianni Gianacaro looking for another 3rd overall and the win in the GT3 class. He stays where he is right now. Gigi was the only one of the Gianacaro boys who didn't race at the hill climb. We saw the Stormbreaker Hurricane of Ricky Gianacaro being thrown up the hill by Rix, and then that beast of a machine, the BMW Z4 that has been purposely built for the hill climb for Jimbo Gianacaro, also running up the hill on a few occasions. But now they're back into what is been their home as the members of the family that own G&H Transport with the Extreme Supercars, and going into I think it's 10 or 12 years of the relationship between Extreme Supercars and the G&H Transport brand. Nicky Dix also starting to close the gap down slightly there on Jackson. Jackson starting to feel the effects of 36 laps of racing in that Audi R8. It's not quite 36 done yet, but certainly some work to be done by Jackson if he wants to stay ahead of that Porsche. Mo Mia also looking to just get to the back end of Peter Jabir. Not able to do that just yet. Power to weight ratio on the Lotus will probably be the advantage that Peter Jabir's got in his attempt to close down on the back end of Charles Orangis. And now that he's got through on Mo Mia, that's where his intentions are firmly set. Looking to try and catch Orangis and get past on him. That's going to move Jabir up into what is 6th place on track, and that'll be his highest finish for the day. Scribanti leads up down in the 59.3s. 59.3s out of Jonathan Dutoy, so lap times are almost even Steven there. There's literally, what is it, a 387 and a 236. So it's about 300ths of a second between the lap times that Scribanti and Jonathan Dutoy are able to do. But it's a case of that straight line speed of the Porsche that Jono just doesn't have an answer for. That is Ulisana at the back of the pack. He's about to be caught, I think, by the lead cars. Can't be too far back before he sees them in his rearview mirror. And he'll be possibly having to do one less lap again here in GNH Transport BMW Z4. That's Mark Dutoy into turn 8. Stepping up into that pageant, Shadale Motorsport Audi R8 GT3. Doing a similar thing to what his brother's doing out here in the Lambo. Now remember, Mark wouldn't have had as much time behind the wheel as what Jono's had behind the Lambo. So that Lamborghini Huracan Evo 3 is definitely going to be the car to watch out for here in the closing stages, as he attempts to once again put late race pressure onto the back end of Franco Schumacher. Through the twisties, that car is so good. Now under braking. Has a look. Can't quite get the nose in. Little squirt along the straight. Watch the Porsche. There it is. Straight line dominance there from the Porsche. Just no answer whatsoever coming out of that Lambo. So Lamborghini versus Porsche. They were almost side by side into turn 2. As Jono tries to get the cutback. There it is. Gets the cutback sorted. But the drive, it's perfect for the Lamborghini. But there's just not enough top end speed there for him to get past. And that passing is going to be very difficult. Could help out here with Ulisana coming in the way. So the Porsche gets blocked slightly, which it doesn't. Jono could have used it to his advantage. Unfortunately, he couldn't, because Uli just saw them coming and gave them room. So Ulisana hangs on for now to the back end of these two very fast cars. Bit of smoke from the Porsche. There's a bit of smoke out of the Porsche. That's a problem. Oh, it's a big problem. The Porsche is smoking badly, and Jonathan Dutoy's pressure has paid off. Oh, it's on fire! The massive flame coming out of the back of that Porsche, and bits and pieces of that Porsche now starting to fall off. I don't think Franco Scribante realizes that Porsche is on fire. He has absolutely lit up the back end, and through turn 1 and 2, the Porsche is now on fire. He pulls to the sideline, going to try and get it as close to a marshal point as possible. That Porsche is on fire, and the marshals are scrambling to get there. Scribante realizes he's in trouble. He stopped right there by the marshal point, and very good work there from the Zwartkops and Kyle Army marshals combined. Coming across the line. Oh, there's bits and pieces of that Porsche, and it's Ricky Giannacaro who's driven right over it. Giannacaro running right over the broken pieces of Porsche there. All the marshals working friendly to get the Porsche out. There's no yellow flags down into turn 2. One of the marshals should be waving a yellow flag there. We've got no yellow flags into turn 2. They've got the Porsche out, fortunately. Great job there from our marshalling team. But what a turnaround here in the closing stages. Jonathan Dutoy realized he had to put the pressure on. Is that Gianni Giannacaro slowing? Or is there a possibility of a red flag? No, exactly what I thought. Red flag scenario, which means with 3 laps to go, they'll call the race. They've done enough to get a result there. The one cool thing about that result, though, is they will go a lap back, which means Scribante should still get the win, because that's how it works on a red flag scenario. They will go 1 lap back in the race for a classification, and at that point, Franco Scribante was still leading. So Scribante, despite bursting into flames, would still get the race victory. So it's Scribante who was on fire across the line. Hopefully Paulie can give us a little bit of a replay of that as they came out of turn 8. But you can see bits and pieces of Porsche on the sideline, and don't pick that up with your hands, Marshall. That'll be an exceptionally hot piece of machinery out of the back end of that incredible Porsche. It's such a pity to see that car burst into flames after such a good run. And you can see Franco trying to explain to John from Zwartkops and a couple of the people on the sideline there exactly what went wrong. But coming out of turn 5, there was a little bit of smoke, more smoke out of 6. Into 7, it kind of started to ignite, and by the time he got on the brakes into turn 8, the back end was complete fireball. And I don't think he realized the car was on fire until he braked for he rolled off for turn 1, and then saw the big flame and the smoke coming out of the back of the car. He has got comms with his team, so I'm sure that Kubis would have climbed on the radio. Here we go. There's a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of the Porsche as he slows up. That is Dutoy through and past as they come across the line. And there you can see that massive ball of flame coming out of the back of the Porsche. Something has gone wrong on the back end of that Porsche, And the flame and fireball just starts to throw things out of the back of the car. That looks like an exhaust manifold of some nature that went flying there as well. Bits and pieces of exhaust, bits and pieces of very expensive carbon fiber going left, right, and center out of the back of that Porsche as well. And he continues to circulate into turn 1. By the time he gets out of turn 1, he realizes, and I think the team then climbed on the speaker and told him, listen, get off the track, you're on fire. And he pulled to the marshal point at turn 2. Good thinking from that driver as well, from Scribanti's point of view, to get to the Porsche as close to the marshal point as possible so they could attend to his car as rapidly as they can. So red flag out, red lights on the main start-finish line. They only had 3 laps to go. That should be enough to give them the 60 or 75% of the race completion, unless they decide to maybe go for maybe 1 or 2 sprint laps. But I would assume that would be enough to call a result. I'm going to wait for confirmation on that, of course. Another interesting factor there, which I'm kind of contemplating now, is Jonathan du Toit was in the lead when they crossed the line. So I don't think it's going to be a lap back. If they do go a lap back, du Toit was leading on the previous lap. So du Toit will actually get the victory. Scribanti would get second, but of course Scribanti would then get the overall victory, having taken 2 out of the 3 wins. Depending on the race time, of course. Overall race time. That has been given up by all 2 of those cars for Class A plus victory. So the line was crossed by Jonathan du Toit before the red flag came out. So 1 lap back means du Toit was leading, which means du Toit will get the victory. Scribanti would get second. Gianni Giannacaro would get third. Class A plus 1 and 2 will be du Toit and Scribanti. And then the win in Class GT3 would go to Gianni Giannacaro, Mark du Toit, and Charles Arangis. Your top 3 there in the GT3 class. So that is a big, big pity there. Not what we wanted to see, that is for sure. Particularly with the amount of effort. I mean, that team down at Scribanti Motorsport is just unbelievably fanatical about their attention to detail. So it must have been something big that blew in the engine, which was out of their control completely. Does kind of show you and indicate that pressure can eventually be succumbed to, no matter how fast your car is or how your ability in a car might be. Some small little tweak or some small little mechanical issue can cause chaos. So while we're standing by, you can see the global touring cars are making their way down into their pre-race paddock. They are up next for a 16-lapper. And then we've got one more heat of CompCare Polo Cup to come your way here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Yes, Franco, just jump in here for 2 seconds. Take us through what happened there, buddy.
I think what happened there was in the last race we broke an exhaust, very unusual, and the guys worked very hard to get it together, and whatever they did obviously didn't hold. And I think with the exhaust breaking there, it created all sorts of heat and all sorts of the wrong things, and something ignited. But I don't think the damage is too bad. There'll obviously be some electronics. The marshals got to it very quickly, and my fire extinguisher system worked very nicely for once. So yeah, I think it probably looked worse than it is.
Listen, the attention to detail that your team puts into this car is unbelievable. So we knew that when you came off, there must have been something that went wrong that was probably out of their hands. And I think also good thinking from your side to get to that marshal point as quickly as you could.
Well, I didn't even know I was on fire yet. So Kuba said to me, get to a marshal point as far as you can. Look, I was ready to succumb to du Toit anyway, because I could feel that there was something wrong. You probably heard there's a misfire coming down, so probably those electronics weren't sending the right signals to the right pistons already. So I knew it was over. I didn't know that I was on fire yet, though.
Nothing like a fireball to finish the day. Thanks, Franco, for jumping in there, giving us a little insight there. Straight from the horse's mouth there, Franco Scribanti walking past our commentary booth and telling us exactly what went wrong there. So the exhaust pipe broke in race 2. They did a little bit of a patchwork on it to try and get it through to race 3. Unfortunately, it didn't last the entire event, and that's why we saw the exhaust flying off the back of that car and then the massive ball of flame. Fortunately, he's okay. Doesn't look like the car's too badly damaged, straight from the driver's point of view and from the team owner's point of view there. So they'll be probably working hard to get that car ready for the next round of Extreme Supercars. And that's such a pity that it had to end that way. But you also heard from Franco, he was literally feeling the pressure big time there from Jonathan du Toit due to the fact that he could feel something wasn't right in the back of that Porsche. So until we got global touring cars on track, we'll be back shortly. So GTC SupaCup competitors making their way onto the circuit now for their second heat. And before we get to the race action, let's catch up with a couple of those GTC SupaCup contenders and see what their plans are. And have they gone according to plan after race one?
GTC SupaCup comes back to the home of the Extreme Festival this weekend. Cara Hill debut into what is a very, very competitive class. Fortunately, you've come from another competitive class, so shouldn't be too much of an issue, but it might be just that little bit of extra horsepower you've got to get used to, hey?
Definitely. It's a lot of confidence that you need to have in the car that I'm learning. Polo Cup was quite slow, but it's still fast, but it's not that hectic, it's not that fast of speeds.
And so far, how's it gone?
It's good. We haven't had too much time in the car, so this is like my first proper time to have. So I'm not doing too badly, but the car feels good.
Fantastic. Donnie, great to have you back again. Big welcome back to you and your teammate Paul as well. Been doing some stunt shows in the UK, I believe. Hopefully no more stunts on the tracks of South Africa here in GTC SupaCup.
Yeah, we went away for about 2 months to do some stunts for a movie in Scotland and in London. It was magic. Did some T-bones and pipe ramps and you name it.
You looking forward to the challenge of being back in SupaCup?
No, absolutely. We're hoping we're on the semi-slicks this weekend, but apparently the next race we're on the semi-slicks. I can't wait for that. And then because we don't have a budget, so that's my own main reason why we didn't race the first 2 races.
So you come back with some euros now and now you can go racing again?
My wife already took it.
That's how it works. John, from your side, sitting P2 in the championship at the moment, some work to try and get to the top step by the end of this weekend?
Absolutely. Look, we're back in a familiar territory again, Zwartkops Raceway. It always proves to be jam-packed with action. But second in the championship, got quite a bit of work to do after today. I'm sporting a brand new chassis, and it feels good to be in a brand new car, but just a little small tweaks to make here and there.
Hopefully he's made those tweaks, because he was in contention after race number 1, and we'll be looking to maybe give his stablemate there, Brad Liebenberg, a run for his money here in race number 2. Good to see Robert Volk back on the grid after he was helped out slightly at turn 5 to exit race 1 early. He did come back on track and finished up the heat, but he finished in 4th place after the demise of Josh LaRue, and then a 1-2-3 from all of the Gazoo Racing Cup competitors there. Saud Variawa winning out over Natium Samanga and Michael van Rooyen for the first race of the day for GDCs. It's a 16-lapper now for the second heat. It's a long time in the saddle for some of these competitors, and hopefully they're all going to stick on the track and give us some action, as they have provided at almost every single round so far. And now we're looking forward to more of the same as those GDC SupaCup competitors start to sort themselves out. Brad Liebenberg on the front row with Machotsi alongside him. So it's Nathan's Motorsport, Volkswagen Motorsport at the front end. Both of them running, of course, in Sparko colours as well. And then you've got Arnie Neveling behind them with Keegan Campos looking to try and squeeze through and be at the front end, as he was almost all day long yesterday in that Veloci and Campos Racing Polo of his. Then you've got Dominic Diaz. As I said, he was on the second row last time out here at Zwartkops earlier in the morning, but he's had a fantastic weekend as Dom, and he's alongside JP van der Walt in the Platinum Wheels Polo. So a big fight expected between the two of them, I'm sure. Then behind them you're going to have Calvin, his brother. That's Calvin Diaz and Tata Carello that are side by side. The next row will be made up of Tate Bishop and Donnie Fanica, the man we've just spoken to now, who's racing now on the pounds and euros he earned in Scotland only a couple of months ago, doing some stunts there for a couple of movies that were being shot in the UK. And he's brought his good friend Paul Luthi along back to South Africa to fight it out with Cara Hill at the back end of this pack in the Calyx Polo Super GTI. Rolling out now for the warm-up lap. Trying to get some heat into that Dunlop rubber. As you heard from Donnie, by the next time we go racing, SupaCup will be on the semi-slicks from Dunlop. So that's going to be a little bit of a change-up for how things work in this class as well. And there should be maybe a couple more competitors coming to join us again in that Super Cup category. Robert Volk on the front row is always a dangerous prospect, but Michael van Rooyen alongside him is even worse. The Rustenburg Rocket is very, very hungry for a victory for Gazoo Racing. And he wants to get his first victory, of course, in the new car, as opposed to in the old car that they've been piloting for a while. So let's see whether or not he can do anything about the pace that's being set by Robert Volk initially. Or is he going to have to watch on his rearview mirrors for his two teammates that outgunned him in the first heat? That's the other big factor that can come into play here at this stage of racing. GTCs will start things out. They're going to form up behind the safety car and appeal into pit lane, and Robert Volk will then dictate the pace as he's done on numerous occasions in the past. Pretoria North Toyota 86 gets out of harm's way and hands the duties over to Volk. Just for the late dash on the inside there from Saud Variawa now tucked in behind. And here they go. 5 GTCs about to light the fires and get those tyres smoking into turn 1. It's Van Rooyen looking for the whole shot. He might have got it actually. Van Rooyen's inside line is always not the bad option to be in, and he has. Michael van Rooyen outguns Robert Volk into turn 2 and whole shots ahead of that Chemical Logistics WCT car. Lights out for Super Cup. A couple of guys starting to shuffle already before the lights went out, but they maintain their positions, and it looks like Machotsi might have got the whole shot from the inside line as well. Diaz runs wide. It's Calvin Diaz. Straight back comes Brad Liebenberg, following through there is Arnie Neveling. Neveling going to try and force Machotsi wide out of turn 2 and steal that second place away from him. Machotsi side by side in the brand new car, looking for a chance to keep out the hard charge from Sudale Motorsport and the Gosco car of Neveling. Van Rooyen from Volk. As they come through there, it looks like it is, yes, Variawa up in the third ahead of Samanga and LaRue. 5 GTCs making their way down to the final corner now for the first time. And it's another 15 laps of action to come your way here for the GTCs and GTC Super Cup combined. Here we go. Super Cup into turn 6. Machotsi on the back end of Neveling. Campos, Diaz, Carrello, Van der Walt from Diaz. And you can see tucked in behind there, looking for a way to close that gap down ever so slightly, is the angry racing car of Tate Bishop. Bishop with a much better start this time, didn't quite go according to plan, and I know that his good friend Tiny from Tiny's Pit Box is watching on our live stream all the way down in Cape Town, and are now looking to try and stay at the front end of that second pack of cars. The second pack of cars led out by Carrello, with JP Van der Walt on his tail, and looking to try and maintain opportunities there to be at the front end of that pack of Super Cup competitors. Back to the global touring cars out front. GTC still being led out by Van Rooyen, Volk and Variawa. Into turn 8 they come. Another lap completed in anger. Michael van Rooyen was quickest on the first pass. Does he stay quickest on the second lap as they go across the line? No, this time it's Volk. Volk is quicker than Van Rooyen. 101.7 and a 101.8 there. Oh, it's exceptionally close. That's the way we like to do things here in global touring cars. Very, very tight action amongst all the competitors, and trying to keep it as close as possible with those global touring cars at the front. Bit of smoke coming off the tyres there as they start to lock up under braking. Both Van der Walt and Tate Bishop doing late braking to stay there with Carrello. Carrello goes through into turn 1. Hasn't quite been able to stay on the back end of Dominic Diaz. Calvin Diaz dives on the inside. Slots up ahead of Donnie van Niekerk. Van Niekerk drops down 1 position. And the Car Care Clinic sponsored machine there of Donnie van Niekerk has to try and come back at Calvin Diaz if he can. They're on the back straight away now, heading into turn 4. Leaders are heading down into turn number 8, so half a lap difference between that mid-pack of Global Touring Car Super Cup and the GTCs out front. Saud Variawa, he'll just be sitting waiting. He's not going to pounce too early. He realizes that Michael van Rooyen is running a decent enough pace for him to not to worry too much about Nati behind him, and he'll just sit with a bit of breathing room between himself and Robert Volk so that the car doesn't run too hot. If you're too close to the car in front of you, it tends to maybe pick up a bit of heat from the exhaust, a bit of heat from the rubber and tyres in front, and it can affect the overheating of the car. So you don't want to be too up close and personal unless you're fighting for an overtaking opportunity. Volk now, late on the brakes. Corolla closes in. Tries to find a way through there on the hatch, but can't find a way past just yet. Toyota looking very good in the hands of Michael van Rooyen. Variau has taken a victory. I mentioned earlier on today that Michael van Rooyen is dying to take a victory in this new car. And with 12 laps to go, he's still got some work to do. He goes quickest though. So once again, Michael van Rooyen takes the top spot in terms of lap times and maintains the lead of the race ahead of Volk and Variawa. Simonga behind that with Josh LaRue trailing in the background in the Audi. Back down the hill come the GTC Super Cup competitors. No changes there. Liebenberg, Neveling and Mahotsi. Bit of a change up here possibly as JP tries to find a way around the outside of Tata Carrello. They were side by side coming out of that corner. They're still side by side heading into turn 1. Carrello late on the brakes, but JP keeps him honest. He's not going to give up without a fight. He wants that outside line so it becomes the inside for turn 2, but Carrello's well aware of that and shuts the door. That makes Calvin Diaz have to do a little bit of evasive driving, a little bit of a bodywork coming off Diaz's car there as well, as he tries to avoid the intentions being shown there, and unfortunately couldn't do anything about the angry car because Tate Bishop got up his inside and gets through. They stay side by side through turn 4, but Bishop is now going to have a little bit of assistance coming from Donnie van Niekerk. Van Niekerk now side by side with Diaz. So Bishop is through. Can Van Niekerk outbrake the Chemi car in front of him? Oh, Carrello spins! Carrello spins and there's nowhere to go for the Chemi car there of Calvin Diaz. Diaz slams into the side of Tata Carrello. Good possibilities. You have a safety car. Keep an eye out for the flags, maybe even a red flag, depending if those cars can get going in time. Remember, these are the GTC Super Cup cars heading down into turn number 2. It means that GTC is heading to the top of the hill now. The GTC cars will be heading to that incident, possibly even past it by this stage, as we try and pick up on that action at the top of the hill there between Tata Carrello. Safety car board is out. Safety car board is out. Michael van Rooyen pulls to the side, just telling the rest of the pack that the safety car board has come out. So I would have expected that safety car board a bit earlier. Unfortunately, we didn't see it at the top of the hill there, but there was definitely some action between Tata Carrello spinning out. I'm not quite sure who he spun out with. There was a little touch maybe between himself and JP van der Walt. Carrello looped it out, and when Calvin Diaz came on the outside, trying to get through and find a way past on Tate Bishop, there you can see Carrello, no. Well, I don't know. It might have been a little touch from behind there from JP. Carrello spins out. Diaz with nowhere to go. Diaz was trying to come through there on Tate Bishop and on Donnie van Niekerk, and he was on the outside line, and as he looked up, there was Carrello's car spinning in front of him. Nowhere to go. So the Super Cup cars will still maintain a gap between themselves and the GTC Cup car, so Brad Liebenberg will know what to do there. Has to be about 20 to 30 second gap that they've got to hold there. The rest of them just circulating, waiting for those lights to go out on this 86 Toyota, I beg your pardon. It is a Toyota car. I just got the Corolla wrong there. But that 86 is, well, this is going to be tough. How are they going to get these cars out of the way and allow the race cars to come through? Because they're trying to extract Calvin Diaz's car. The safety car will see that and probably slow them down even more than what they are right now. Is there some space to get these cars through just in time? Oh, except for the wheel coming off. Or the tyre. It's actually not even the wheel. It's just the tyre that's ripped off there. It actually looks like the tyre might have delaminated there on one of those two. Carrello's car, possibly. But, yeah, the field has got through. Fortunately, a little bit of a gap opened up there by our marshals. Now it's the concertina effect yet again behind the safety car. And you see, what a pity there. Oh man, that Kemi and Carello auto car of Calvin Diaz and Dom Diaz have had such a fantastic day's racing. It's such a pity to see that car on the sideline, particularly when it was in the hunt for a change up in positions when the issue happened. He had nowhere to go. And Tato looks like he might have got a little tap either from behind, from JP. If not, it may possibly have been a delamination on that tyre, which caused him to spin out all on his own. And that's why he couldn't catch it and control the spin when it went up into turn 5. So good possibilities of 2 reasons for that incident at turn number 5. So there is a tyre off one of those cars. I'm not quite sure if it was on the Carello Kemi car of Calvin Diaz, or is it this car here of Tata Carello? Lights still on the safety car, so possibility still of another lap to go here before we get clearance to go racing again. When we do, of course, Brad will hold back slightly and keep the pack of Super Cup competitors at a 15 to 30 second gap between the front of them and the back end of GTCs. Trying to maintain as much heat in the rubber as they can. Carello's got going again. A bit of battle scars on the side of that car as well. So there we go. The 286 backing them up slightly. Okay, looks like they're going to get another lap behind the safety car. Lights have not gone out. They should have gone out by that stage. So because of Carello going slowly here, they're going to probably keep the safety car out for one more lap. Yeah, lights stay on that 86. So these laps do count, remember. So we had 16 laps to do. We've got 8 more of them still to go when they cross the line. So it's literally about a quarter of the race under safety car. And now the last half will be a sprint race. Global Touring Cars first 5. It is Michael van Rooyen, Robert Volk, Saud Variawa, Natim Samanga, Josh LaRue. Then you've got Liebenberg leading out the GTC Super Cup ahead of Neerveling, Machotsi, Campos, Diaz, Van der Walt, Tate Bishop. That's how they stand at this stage. Behind Tate Bishop, bit of a gap, but it'll close down now with that concertina effect with Donnie van Niekerk, Paul Luthi and Cara Hill. That's how they will start the last 8 laps of race action. Let's see if they can keep it all together now, as the lights are possibly going to be going out on this car now for the restart. Yeah, 86 has disappeared. You'll probably see it come through the front of the shot here, and it'll have its lights out. And it has. There we go. So lights are out on the safety car. It's now up to Michael van Rooyen. There you go, line astern across the line. You may not overtake until you've crossed the finish line. And then it's every man and lady for themselves out there now for the next 7 laps of action. Van Rooyen drops the hammer, trying to catch Robert Volk out slightly as they go down the hill. He's got a little bit of an advantage as they cross the line. Volk follows him. Saud Variawa right on the tail there as well, looking to try and stay there with Volk and with his teammate Michael van Rooyen. They head now into turn 2. Super Cup category cars coming around the corner, and here they come. Didn't give too much of a big gap there, did Brad Liebenberg. He's given a small margin there to play with, and he's maintained the gap there between all of the cars, and that concertina effect I spoke about in GTC Super Cup is certainly in full effect right now. LaRue losing ground there to the 3 Gazoo Racing cars and that Investchem Chemical Logistics car of Robert Volk. But no worries at all here for Neerveling, as he's now right up close and personal with Brad Liebenberg, bringing Machotsi along and Campos. But Campos has got his own problems. It's Dominic Diaz all over the back end of Keegan Campos. Go into turn number 5. So the incident happened a little bit earlier on, and now they clean and clear through there. The Loche and the MG Group machine going through there of Keegan Campos as he heads down into turn 8. Leaders already into turn 1. Van Rooyen continuing to control things at the front end of the GDCs ahead of Volk and Variawa. Variawa will be watching those rearview mirrors. He knows the kind of pace that Natim Samanga's got. And Michael Van Rooyen would have told him how good that Corolla was in the first heat. So Natim Samanga now trying to close down on Variawa. I mentioned the fact that Variawa was waiting, possibly still waiting to go. Maybe not just yet. There's a stationary yellow up at turn number 4, so you can't overtake there just yet. They'll probably hold that stationary flag out for the next 2 laps or so. So the cars and drivers are aware that Calvin Diaz's car is still on the inside of turn 5's entry point. And until they've got everybody well aware of the fact, they'll keep that yellow flag there for turn 4. Hopefully withdrawing it at some point, because it's definitely one of the prime overtaking opportunities on the circuit is turn 5. Here we go into turn 1, and the GTC Super Cup train go flying through there. Nick Finnekerk's lost a little bit of ground though in the car care clinic and Titan Stunts car to the back of Tate Bishop. And looks like also he's bringing Paul Luthi along for the ride too, so it's a formation flying there from the 2 teammates, but they're at the back of the pack and they're just managing to keep out Cara Hill at this stage. Machotzi for the Volkswagen Genuine Parts and Nathan's Motorsport Super Cup category team. He's not got an answer here to Arnie Neveling, who sits in second for Gazoo and Stradale Motorsport. And completes another lap in anger in a couple of 100 meters time. But he's also not got an answer yet to Brad Liebenberg. That Hype Energy Nathan's Motorsport car is absolutely on rails here this weekend. No one's really had an answer to Brad's pace, particularly in the races. Kind of playing around in the practice sessions and in qualifying, but Brad eventually putting it onto pole position in qualifying. Same thing can be said here for Zawad Variawa. He's now looking possibly to up that week, and he has 101.311 as opposed to the 101.35 and 101.38 of the 2 ahead of him. So he's about half a second quicker there on that last lap, and you can see it closing down there between himself and Volk. Getting to the back of Volk is a task in its own. Getting past Volk is an even bigger one. Volk hasn't won this championship for 2 years in a row without having to fight with some of SA's finest drivers, and needless to say, it's not the only championship he's ever won with an SA title behind it. So in a race car, he's an exceptionally wily man. He knows exactly what to do to keep his competitors behind him. Dominic Diaz. Has he just snuck through there? No, it's not him. It's JP van der Walt who's closed him down. It looked like it was Dominic Diaz who might have got through, just catching the light wrong there on the Campos car. Campos hangs on for now. Everybody else just circulating right now. No changes in that backpack of GTC Super Cup competitors. Liebenberg, Neveling, Machotzi, Campos, Diaz, Van der Walt. Bit of a gap down to Tate Bishop. There's a push to pass being implemented there by JP Van der Walt. You can see why, because his indicators came on. Unlike in the Gazoo Racing Cup, when those hazard lights come on, it tells you the car's got its ABS system working. When you see the hazard lights go on these cars, it means that the driver has engaged the push to pass mechanism, and he's now looking to try and use it as JP to get through there on Dominic Diaz. Van Rooyen yet again fastest on track, 102.2 this time though, so he's eased up slightly, but he's still got half a second ahead of the second place car there, Robert Volk. They go to the top of the hill, Volk. The meat and the sandwich between the 2 new Gazoo Racing machines. of Michael van Rooyen and Saud Variawa. It's not going to be formation flying here for Team Gazoo Racing here in heat number 2, although 3 out of 4 is not a bad plan. If you can't go 1, 2, 3, you might as well go 1, 3 and 4. Robert Volk now just trying to pick up as many points as possible to ensure he doesn't lose too much of a grip on his chase to catch the man behind him in the championship. When I say that, I mean Robert Volk is trying to close down on the championship leader there, Saud Variawa. So Variawa and Volk fighting hard here for honours for 2023. Michael van Rooyen wants to join the party, and with this victory bring himself a little closer. Needs to become a little bit more consistent, Mr. van Rooyen. The Rustenburg Rocket in his day is also a tough man to beat. Heading to the top of the hill now. And this is the final time that Michael van Rooyen has to do these 4 corners. Double right-hander at 6. Into the left at 7 and down the hill to 8. Checkered flag on standby for Michael van Rooyen. And the Rustenburg Rocket is going to take the second heat of the day. Wins out over Robert Volk and Saud Variawa. It's Natium Samanga and Josh LaRue that'll make up the top 5 in GDCs. Brad Liebenberg maintains ahead of Neerveling and Machotsi. Equidistant there in those first 4 cars, with Keegan Campos coming through for the 4th spot in the GDC SupaCup category. 2 out of 2 for the Hype Energy and Nathan's Motorsport car, Brad Liebenberg. He wins out over the Goscore Stradale Motorsport car of Arnie Neerveling. Neerveling wins out, of course, beating Jonathan Machotsi to the line. He was ahead of Campos, who was ahead of Diaz, and then JP van der Walt. So there's unofficial results. Michael van Rooyen with the fastest lap on that last lap again, beating out Robert Volk, Saud Variawa, Natium Samanga and Josh LaRue. The top 5 being Global Touring cars. 6th place was first place in the GDC Super Cup. That was Brad Liebenberg, Arnie Neerveling, Jonathan Machotsi, Keegan Campos, Dominic Diaz, JP van der Walt and Tate Bishop, the top 12. Behind Bishop, of course, was Donnie van Niekerk, Paul Luthi and Cara Hill. Up next, our final race of the day. It's CompCare Polo Cup. Final race of the day. It's CompCare Polo Cup, and they're making their way onto the circuit now for the third and final heat of their 3 races of the day. And arguably it's been some of the best of the day coming out of this category, and I think more of the same to come here now in this final part of the proceedings. Just interesting to see whether or not Giordano Lupini's made his way onto the circuit. There he is in the background. He'll be on pole position, of course, alongside Charles Visser. Then it'll be Anthony Pretorius and Davi van der Merwe, Farhan Basha and Dean Fenter, ahead of Jason Loosemore, Nathan Victor, Ethan Kutsia and Baxi Kamani. Now, interesting to see that some notification came out there for the incident between Bryce Pillay and Ethan Kutsia, and nothing was changed in terms of position. In fact, that Ethan Kutsia had to slot in behind Bryce Pillay in the results there after that incident earlier on in the day. Tyler Robinson, Jean-Andre Marais and Mo Karodia, second last row. And the final row made up of Rasley Harris and Rashawn Goodman. So here we go, coming to the line and getting into their grid positions. Late afternoon sun's going to play a big factor here as well, into turn 2, up into turn 5 and into turn 6 as well. There's kind of 3 sunset corners here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring that can affect the driver's visibility. Let's see if they can keep it all together now for this last 10 laps of action, as the CompCare Polo Cup line up to go to battle one more time today. Looks like a couple of TV crews there, including our own, just putting the GoPros on before we got the green flag at the back to provide us with some of the action that'll go into the television package, of course, for this. That'll go in about 2 weeks time on Ignition, and of course also onto social media platforms later on with that final production that gets put together by our team that's been working so hard here today. So Gio's on pole, Fisser alongside him. Pretorius is 1-1, Fisser's 1-1. Will Giordano take the third and final one and make it even Stevens amongst the top three in this championship in terms of this weekend's round? That is for sure. If you remember and watched any of the live footage from Cape Town's round, Pretorius ended up in the wall out of turn 4 after a touch between himself and Jagger Robertson, who's not here this weekend, on a red card after the incident between himself and Pretorius. And that is the reason why we're not getting Jagger Robertson from Team Red Racing on track at all this weekend. He had to take a one-race ban and has to come back at the next round of the championship, which of course is down at Aldo Scribanti. Aldo Scribanti Circuit will be hosting us on the 17th of June for the next round of the national championships. So that's when we'll see Polo Cups back in action again after this next 10 laps. So here they go, starting to get that last bit of heat into the rubber. Race face starts to come down. Let's see if they can keep it all clean and clear now. Usually with a 3-race format, the best one is the last one. Stand by, because that's possibly what's going to be happening right now for this third and final heat of the CompCare Polo Cup. Donald Lupini goes to the pole position. Charles Fisser slots into second. Pretorius into third. Darby van der Merwe will be in the 4 spot. 5 is Farhan Basha for QV Motorsport. Alongside Basha, got Dean Fenter. Behind him will be Jason Loosemore and Nathan Victor. 2 very hot contenders as well. So literally any of those top 9 or top 10 cars could steal the victory here, depending on how it goes down into turn 1 and 2. Final car rolls up there with Rasley Harris. 5-second board is up. Lights about to go on for the last time. And here we go. Down towards turn 1. It's a good start from Gio. Gio and Lupini getting a little bit of wheel spin into second gear. But now as they go through into turn 1, looks like Tyler Robertson fighting with Roshan at the back, but at the front end, it's Fisser versus Giordano Lupini. Fisser around the outside, looking for a way past. Can't find it there just yet. Slots in and just blocks the intentions coming through there from Pretorius. Anthony Pretorius is on a high after that first race win. He definitely wants to remedy his second race, which didn't go according to plan, and he's putting the pressure onto the back end of the first of the Team Red cars there of Charles Fisser. Bryce Pillay behind Farhan Basha. Basha behind Nathan Victor. Pillay comes alongside Farhan Basha. Little touch between Basha and Pillay as they go up towards turn 5. Inside line from Darby van der Merwe will move him up into 4th place. Squeezing Dean Fenter out. Jason Loosemore joining the party there just behind that as well, as he tries to get a nose in there. Get past Dean Fenter. He's going to bring Nathan Victor along for the ride. And then Bryce Pillay waiting to pounce as well, just behind that. Fisser trying to find a way through, not on this lap though, as they go into turn number 8 for the first time to complete lap 1 of 10. Farhan Basha with pressure coming now. You can see that pressure is being applied in a big way. Look at the pressure coming from behind as well from Nathan Victor, joining the party just in the background as well, as Basha has to go wide. Oh, and he has to take evasive action. He tags Pillay as Pillay gets out of shape and then comes sideways out of turn 2. So some big action there between Pillay and Basha. That was from earlier on. Farhan Basha dropped back slightly out of turn 8 and now has dropped back even further. And Bryce Pillay's got problems. Big smoke coming out of the back end of Pillay's car as they go down that back straightaway. Is that Farhan Basha moving off the circuit? I'm not quite sure. It might have been Fenter actually. One of the cars running wide out of turn 4. Didn't quite work out according to plan there. Fisser now putting the pressure onto the leader, Giordano Lupini. No, Fenta's in that mid-pack, so it wasn't Fenta. Possibilities it might have been the Squadra Corsa car, though, also of Baxi Kamani. Let's have a look at this replay. There's the tag from behind from Faran Basha. Pillay catches it. Basha tries to go around him. He tags him a second time, and they turn into turn 2. Both of them dropping by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars. And Faran Basha loses out 5 positions. Pillay loses out even more. Tyler Robinson about to join that party. She's now looking to try and get onto the back end of her teammate Jason Loosemore, who's only a couple of cars up the road from her. If she can find a way through, that's what she'll be looking to do. She's got Rasley Harris on her tail, looking for a chance to stay ahead of Raz as he comes onto that back straight away. But a great run here so far from Fisser to stay in second place ahead of race 1 winner Pretorius, but no chance yet of catching the Torcraft car of Giordano Lupini. So Lupini at the front end is a good sign. If he stays there, he should stay in the lead of the championship as well, if that's the case. Behind Lupini, Fisser and Pretorius comes Darby van der Merwe. And you've got Dean Fenter, Jason Loosemore up in the top 6. Nathan Victor's behind him, and he's right up close and personal there with Jason Loosemore as they come down the hill. There you can see just how close it is between those two as they pitch it into turn 8. In the background as well as Mo Karodia for Fast 5 and Lee Thompson Racing. Slowly but surely starts to get to grips there with Jean-Dre Marais. He's going to have to watch out for Faran behind him because Faran Basha's looking to try and come back here. Good move there from Van der Merwe. Darby van der Merwe dives up the inside of Pretorius, makes it stick, gets through into turn 2. So Darby van der Merwe up 1 place. Karodia's through on Jean-Dre Marais. Van der Merwe on the back straight now goes defensive to keep out Pretorius' return of the favour. And he got good drive onto that back straight away. And he'll maintain up the hill. He'll probably come across on Pretorius. Pretorius sees him coming. He's already got a nose in. So Pretorius now could return the favour here almost instantaneously and come straight back at Van der Merwe. He does so. Fenter wants to join that party. He wants in. He's going to try and get on the inside there of Darby van der Merwe into turn 6. He puts a nose in. He's there side by side with Fenter and Van der Merwe as they come out of turn 7. So close. Van der Merwe just hangs on. Pretorius goes defensive to keep Van der Merwe out as they go into turn 8. They are literally stuck together there coming through turn 8. Bumper to bumper stuff coming out of turn number 8 there between Van der Merwe and Pretorius. Here comes Fenter. Wants a little bit more of that pie. He gets a whiff of some Van der Merwe blood there and he wants past. Darby holds that inside line. Round the outside comes Victor. On his outside is Loosemore. Joining the party is the Squadra Corsa car of Baxi Kamani. So we've got 6 cars, and they're all fighting hard for what is 5th place on track. 4th and 5th place, I should say. 4 and 5 up for grabs here. Van der Merwe's got 4th at the moment. Pretorius is on his tail, and Fenter's there as well. This is top-class Polo Cup action, as we kind of expected it to be here in the 3rd and final. There goes Pretorius! Right across the grass, almost across the circuit completely, and he recovers, only he knows how, to get back on track. Anthony Pretorius got sent onto the inside of the circuit, ran up onto the grass, and between turn 5 and 6 nearly had a massive moment. So it's Pretorius who recovers but drops back about 7 car lengths onto the back end of the pack he was fighting with. He now leads the 3rd pack on track. So Pretorius came straight across. Not quite sure what happened there. He was literally cutting the nose off there on Loosemore and on Fenter. How he hung on to that, only he knows. But some great driver skills there from Anthony Pretorius, despite being off track completely. Amazing bit of running there from him as he come onto turn 2 again. This is what it's all about going into the closing stages. So we are into the last part of this race in the second half of the 3rd heat of CompCare Polo Cup. That's Faran Basha. He's had some bashing of his own early on in the 1st heat, couple in the 2nd, and now in the 3rd. Quite a big moment there between himself and Bryce Pillay. which is why he's so far back in the pack compared to what he was earlier in the day. Pretorius has joined him after his off-track excursion and now fights out with Ethan Kutsia and with Tyler Robinson. Tyler trying to find a way through now on Faran Basha. That's a nice run there from the young lady. Floor Stone on trend, and Summit Racing Polo of Nathan Victor continues to maintain 5th place on track. He's watching his rearview mirrors though, because Loosemore's coming along. Jason Loosemore would love a top 5 finish if he can get it. His first time in the top 6 was yesterday when he qualified for Super Pole and then put it on the front row. He's turned his luck around here in the 3rd and final heat, that's for sure. Despite having chances of potentially being here with his teammate fighting for a win. Charles Visser, his teammate, in 2nd place behind Giordano Lupini. Onto the back straight comes Jean-Andre Marais, also looking to try and get up the inside of Faran Basha and Tyler Robinson. He gets through on Robinson. So Robinson now going to try and come back at him. She gets the drive out of turn 4. Didn't compromise her line into turn 4 with the outbraking, which Jean-Andre did. And that might be Tyler back up into the position just ahead of Jean-Andre Marais at the top of the hill. Steam train heads down towards turn 8. Vanamava, Fenta, Victor. All the V's just ahead of Loosemore. 1 and 2 through turn 1. The battle of the Volkswagen V named drivers heads into turn 1 with Loosemore on his tail. Ethan Kutsia now also starting to show a little bit of late race pace here and looking for a way through there on Baxi Kamani. So Kamani having a fantastic run here in the 2nd heat for the Zwartkops team. And now looking to try and get ahead of Nathan Victor. Giordano Lupini doing it all right. Perfectly done so far for Gio here in this 3rd and final heat as they head now into turn 4. Loosemore with some pressure coming from Baxi Kamani. Rio Baxi once past there big time. Zwartkops car pulls out. Loosemore sees him coming. Goes defensive. It's not going to open up that door into turn 5. Fortunately, I've lost my timing monitor, so I'm not quite sure how many laps we've still got to go here. Maybe Paul can just whisper it in my ear. But as they come out of turn 7, heading possibilities of 3 more laps to go here for these guys. My timing monitor just crashed out here with about 3 or 4 laps in the past. 2 laps to go. So we're on to the penultimate lap here for these guys. Vanamava, Fenta, Victor. Inside line from Loosemore, gets through and cements it past Baxi Kamani. Kamani comes back at him though, looking for a chance to get back at Jason Loosemore into turn 2. Ethan Kutsia joins that and wants a little bit of that action. Kamani sees him coming. Runs slightly wide. Ethan Kutsia might make him pay for that. Ethan Kutsia on the inside line. Could squeeze through there on Rio Baxi Kamani as they come onto that back straightaway. No. Kamani hangs on. Behind Loosemore. And it's Pretorius. Kurodia. Barshan. Oh man. Great fight continuing as well between Jean-Andre Marais and Tyler Robinson. The young lady doing a superb job here for AF fans and Team Red Racing. Team Red have got 3 cars all involved in some big battles. This one probably the most aggressive of the 3. It's getting angry there between those 3. Really good to see. And Tate Bishop's no longer involved here anymore. So as they come down on the braking, Ethan Kutsia late on the brakes trying to get through on Loosemore. Loosemore shuts the door, doesn't line through. Last lap, here we go. Giordano Lupini, Charles Visser, no problems there for those 2. First 3 basically done and dusted. There's not going to be no changes between those first 3 cars here, that's for sure. But 4 and 5 might change, 5 and 6, and of course just behind that, 9, 10 and 11 are certainly well up for grabs. There they come. Into turn 4 for the last time. It's the Torcraft Paybar and Red Projects car of Giordano Lupini, who's going to make it 3 different winners out of 3 starts here today in Polo Cup's 27th championship season. He comes out of turn 5. The double right at 6, a little flick over at 7 and down the hill towards 8. Charles Visser tried hard. He's going to try and hang on potentially here for the overall win is Charles Visser. But we'll keep an eye on that one by the time the race proceedings have done. Checkered flag is out, and it's 3 different winners out of 3 starts here for CompCare Polo Cup. Third winner is Giordano Lupini. Visser in second. Van der Maver in third. Mo Karodia coming through across the line just behind Faran Basha. Pretorius just ahead of them as well. And then it's Jean-Andre Marais and Tyler Robinson who come through there. Still to come to the line there, Rashawn Goodman. Looks like he might just hang on, and he does. Beats out Rasley Harris for the last car to cross the line here today at Zwartkops. So unofficial results there. Let's have a look and see if we can pick those up from the air, Paulie. Giordano Lupini wins out over Charles Visser, Davy van der Maver and Dean Fenter. Nathan Victor ahead of Buxy Kamani. Then it was Jason Loosemore, Ethan Kinsia, Anthony Pretorius, Mo Karodia finishing up just ahead of Faran Basha and Jean-Andre Marais. And that's how we wrap things up here at Extreme Festival National Championship round number 2 at the International World of Motorsport at Zwartkops. Now remember, we've still got lots of action coming up at Zwartkops in the very near future. Remember, we head down firstly on the 17th of June to the Aldo Scribanti circuit for the next round of the national side of the Extreme Festival. And there you can see it coming across there, Aldo Scribanti, of course, on the 17th of June. We've got a big event here on the 24th of June, a week later, as the Extreme Festival regional side makes its way back to the home of Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops for race day, as our regional Extreme Festival, of course, will also be heading next weekend to the Pakisa Freeway. So there's just non-stop action here in the middle of the year from the Extreme Festival side of things. Don't forget to keep your eyes and ears peeled to the Zwartkops social media pages for the announcement of the date for the 2024 Top of the Hill Challenge. And of course, there's a new Time Attack Hill Climb event coming your way here. And then, of course, keep your eyes on the Zwartkops page for all the other big events happening throughout this season. One of them, namely, at the end of July, the lemon. It's the Zwartkops Annapolis 500. And you can only squeeze a lemon so much. And that's why they're coming back to Zwartkops for more action with the Zwartkops Annapolis on the 28th and 29th of July. Those are just a couple of dates to keep in mind. And we certainly hope you've enjoyed all the action. A massive thanks to our race control team and to the marshals and medics out on circuit. And, of course, to our 2 wheels and up to 60-second team for the incredible race action we brought you here on the live stream. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. I'll see you soon at a racetrack. Take care then. Bye-bye now.